Greetings and salutations, and welcome to Flintlocks and Fireballs, where a handful of mad actors will attempt to survive the treacherous waters of Dungeons and Dragons. I am your host and Dungeon Master Jason Phelps, and I am joined as ever by...
You're shocking the table, they're going to hear it.
I'm sorry.
Robbie Bellekom.
I'm making a sword. I wanted to stab Sam.
Sam Post-it Note Burns, and Ellie, I am rubber, you are glue sparrow.
Sam got stabbed with the blue tack dagger, in case anyone was wondering.
It definitely looks like a weird misshapen dick.
Yep.
Oh.
So, as you may have guessed, stowaways, we're all in person for the first time. First time in D&D in person. We have seen each other.
Yeah.
But first time D&D in person since the Pod UK live show.
Yeah.
February of 2020.
Yeah, it's
That
been
is-
a really,
It's now
really
January
long
of
time.
2022.
Almost 2
when
years.
we're recording this.
Lads. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm having feelings.
It's the last time we
So
recorded
many
live
feelings.
Calcinea.
Oh, God.
It's my birthday.
It is Robbie's birthday.
So Jason's not allowed to do a TPK.
No promises.
You have to hold off till after midnight at least.
That won't take long.
Oh,
wow.
no.
Oh, boy.
I mean, we're quite close to midnight already.
Oh yeah, it's quite late.
So we've got our backup characters prepared?
Say happy birthday to Robbie, weirdly late.
Yes.
Yay!
It'll be fun.
Birthday.
Birthday!
We haven't sang happy birthday to Robbie, and we can sing together
Oh,
because we're
God.
in person.
I feel like we kind of... No, we didn't last night, did we?
No.
We just
Didn't
wished
do
happy
that.
birthday.
Yeah. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Robbie. Happy birthday to you.
How old are you now? How old are you now?
8.
Just 8 and a half. I don't know what to, I feel very strange,
It's
friends.
alright.
We might be really weird today, lads.
It's fine, there's nothing high stakes about to happen.
No, not at all.
We're going to have several maps
We're
out in
helping
front of us and
ourselves
lots of
with
bits.
the intense strategy with tea with a large amount of whiskey in it as well, so everything's fine.
So, all things being equal, you will actually have seen some maps actually attached to this episode, or at least linked to this episode in some way. They are definitely photograph maps because we're doing this in person.
Yeah, it's basically just so that you can see how we're doing this if you're curious.
Yeah.
So we are going to attempt describing it so that you can understand without looking at them.
Yeah,
but,
they're not necessary maps.
but we
Yeah.
needed something
It
to
is
look
fun
at
maps.
for us.
Yeah, 'cause-
Otherwise we would all have brain explodies.
Some of us have brain processing issues sometimes.
I think all of us have brain processing
I think
issues
that's-
sometimes.
Yeah, that
All
is
of us,
true,
yeah.
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 In very
Very-
not a neurotypical member of this cast.
Yep.
If you know someone neurotypical, give them a hug because they're apparently pretty rare from my personal experience.
Yeah.
Like,
Ask them how they're doing it. Like.
I don't know how many I know. It's a secret.
Tell them they're brave and watch the confusion.
Yeah. Tell them they're inspirational.
Speaking of inspirational, there's nothing inspirational about messages from the present. But nevertheless, we're going to demand future us what messages from the present. It's Future Jason with messages from the present. This episode of Flintlocks and Fireballs is brought to you by you. As ever, a massive thanks to our crew members on the Flintlocks Patreon who help keep this ship sailing. There's a wealth of extra content and bonus features for patrons, including regular blog posts, extra stories narrated by the cast, artwork, and a monthly poll for the community to help design an element to go into the game. You can check it out at patreon.com/flintlocksandfireballs, link in the description. We are an affiliate of dnddice.com, makers of beautiful specialty dice since 2010. Whether you need dice because you're masquerading as a vampire, calling Cthulhu, or are some sort of Pathfinder gathering the magic munchkins, you can click through our affiliate link in the description and grab yourself or a friend some particularly sexy dice or a particularly sexy leather dice bag. We are also an affiliate of Zavi, fine producers of nerdy garments and handy household items. Remember, you can click through the affiliate link in the description and use code FLINTLOCKS20 to take 20% off clothing and FLINTLOCKS10 to take 10% off not clothing.
And that's it for announcements this time. Back to you, Boss Jason.
It's been 2 years since we recorded this in person. I forget that we all lean in and look at the microphones when we do that in person.
And they look back.
Staring into the meshy void of a microphone.
They do actually have these unblinking blue eyes.
They do.
Yeah.
Looking at us.
Judging, rightfully so.
Always judging.
Weighing and finding us wanting.
Oh.
And on that cheerful note, it's time for us to finally, after like 50 or so episodes, this arc was longer than I thought it would be.
That's because we messed around a lot.
We fucked about loads. Yeah.
And
We also found out.
We did, yeah.
found out.
Found out many things.
We're finally heading into the battle for Newmark. So, it's time to begin Flintlocks and Fireballs. Our land stands on the sabre's edge.
Our cities are a powder keg.
Brother chains, brother, no one's free.
Life on land is short, you'll see.
So gather your muskets, gather your spears. We'll plunder the shores of Calcinea. No kraken, storm or spell we fear. So come and sail with us, my dear.
Oh, you can tell that was live because it was a bit iffy at the end.
Because I didn't know. I wasn't paying
Emotions.
It
attention.
was spontaneous.
And I was like, oh God, do I remember the words?
I was just going, no, I can't miss my cue like I did at Pod UK this time.
That was amazing.
I was just looking at all the faces.
No, there was a big poster with our logo on.
Previously on Flintlocks and Fireballs. Yeah, the music is just in it's in the room with us today, so
Yeah, that's how we can do it.
I'll move this one on slightly on the fly. Previously on Flintlocks and Fireballs, the city of Newmark has been under siege for actually about like a good month or so at this point. I think it's approaching. So like but it definitely feels like like good couple of years.
Feels like a whole
50 episodes.
pandemic.
Oh God.
However, the prophesied, in the sense of we literally looked into the future and found this out, time of reckoning has come. With the party's last and most recent raid conducted the night before on the 21st of Falling Leaves, the party had successfully infiltrated via teleportation the sending room of Fort Beatrix and were able just about to detonate 4 explosive kegs, bringing down the sending room, killing probably about half of the diviners, but also
That was our plan, to not hurt people, and we still
but
killed
also definitely destroying the divination equipment that they would need for complex scrying, which it proved was much actually easier to seriously F up. I don't know why I'm saying F up. We swear on this channel.
Oh, fuck, we do.
We channel? What?
Channel? Where are we?
Podcast.
Wherever you happen to be listening to us.
Yeah, we do have a TV channel in one very obscure country, and you're gonna have to guess which.
So they, but yes, having successfully destroyed the sending room and the sending equipment, the party have blinded the Goldhawks, the divining squad, that would have kept an eye out for the 2 units of reinforcements, nearly 1,000 soldiers, being sent overland in the middle of the night. With the Sunset Girls successfully distracting and keeping the cavalry scouts busy, or in some cases just killing them. The pair of the pair of regiments, I think it would be, battalions, I forget what the exact number would be, are able to cross overland under cover of dark and join the city's defenders. This successfully brings the full forces able to defend the city of Newmark up to 1, 2, 3, 4, just over 4,500 defenders.
Nice.
Which is pretty decent news, especially considering that the opposing side are able to bring at least 3.5, close to 4,000 attackers overland as well.
Mortifying.
Yes. So you've broadly achieved a measure of parity, apart from their, increased training and experience.
You're exactly equal, except they're better.
Basically
what you just said.
Yes.
Thanks for that.
Yay!
Hooray!
Although, in fairness, you do have a few elite units on your side. You have the Deadeyes. You have a unit of experienced Goblin volunteers whose ranks have been thickened out with mercenaries
Crime
from
friends.
the 30 cutthroats. And you also, of course, have this cadre of demons, the Sun Eaters, under the command of Apophis, the aforementioned Sun Eater. This will have no consequences during this battle.
Everything's fine.
It's fine, we're not going to stick around. Whatever, sun-eating cult that takes root here, it's not our problem for a little while at least.
Indeed.
We suck.
We suck so bad.
As it is, as the more critical factor is that you will be likely distracted to some degree by trying to defend the coastline. You do have a flotilla of ships at your command. Already present, you actually have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 ships total. Granted, 4 of those ships are cargo ships with some guns, but you do at least have 3 combat-rated frigates. Privateer Captain Torfas Scorcher's Lightning, the Kraken's Bane, of course, and the ice ship, the Witcher's Tit.
Woo!
Which does function as a 5th-rate frigate. You also have reinforcements due to arrive some point tomorrow.
Yeah.
But it's not clear how far into the battle they will arrive and whether they will come in sufficient time. Nevertheless, the Scarlet Winds are on their way, bringing 3 4th-rate ships, combat ships, and of course the new frigate, the No Regrets, which you helped capture and staff.
No regrets.
No regrets.
No regrets.
Indeed. Are there any preparations you make the night before, in brief, that you want to tell me about? Obviously, you cast Guards and Wards and the
cast
Kraken's
Guards and
Bane,
Wards
as you do whenever you have a
very
6th level
much,
spell
yeah.
free.
Which I do, because I didn't use it, so
Yes.
I am good.
I would like to make some more bags with whatever spell slots I have left.
Cool.
I will at some point work out what that equates to.
Cool. That is fine. You are able to replenish.
I just
some of
looked
your
at how many
supply.
spell slots I had left. Ouch!
What did you have
So many.
over 3rd level?
I don't understand.
What spells, if any, do you have left over 3rd level at the end of that?
It will require some maths because I will have to trade in the 1st and 2nd levels for sorcery points and then reconvert them back into things. I had nothing above a 2nd.
Wow.
No, I had
Suffice to say,
one third.
you are able to get some bags of holding that will last some time.
Yeah.
Scamp needed a
following
nap.
day.
I guess make sure Clara and Serana briefed on the situation so
Yeah.
they can make an informed decision about where to be.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because,
Sixaran
I don't know whether they're going to want to
is,
be on the Kraken's Bane or not.
not at all interested in being in a combat situation,
Fair.
and will most likely be taking shelter somewhere.
She's an actor and a sex worker. Why would she want to be in a combat situation?
Yes, she is. She's definitely not doing that. Clara, for her part, believes that unless anything else should come up, her medical skills are going to be of most use. So she somewhat drags her around with her to the hospital set up in the battery. So Clara will be staying on land in a secure fortress.
Good.
With most of the clerics, in fact, trying to render medical aid where needed. Anyone else? Anyone you want to see? Anything you want to do? Anything you want to set up?
There is one brief thing that I would like to do with the rest of the senior officers of the Kraken's Bane. I would call them all to my...
That's us as well.
Yeah, my stateroom. So. Right, so... Can't believe I'm about to say this, but big day tomorrow.
Really?
Ajin sort of grins at that and chuckles. Indeed.
And I hope it goes without saying we're all intending on coming out of this alive.
I'm just going to wink at him and give him inspiration.
Molly nods to that.
Because it's the night before and I can.
You'd better if you know what's good for you.
Absolutely, and it's for that reason that I've called you all here. Now, when we were fighting in the fortress over on the other side of the bay, I recognise now, after reflection, that I made a number of very poor decisions there. Scamp was almost killed. I can't allow that to happen again. So.
Is that the one with all the zombies?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Cool.
So, what I'm going to do...
I'd say that's probably like maybe the fourth closest to death I've come.
I'm not sure you were in the state to hear ribs crunch, darling. It was pretty bad.
Yeah, but did you see the time where I dropped a ship on another ship and then I slept for ages?
Yeah, let's let Corzin continue with his motivational speech, please.
The point being...
V gives you a look over the pipe he's smoking.
I'm going to light one up as well.
Yeah.
You know? Tobacco, not opium, may I add.
Assuming everything goes as well as we hope it will tomorrow, I am hereby forfeiting any of my spoils from the battle. I am also going to be spending 30 days in the brig, because if I had been in this position on another naval ship, I would be very lucky to have escaped 2 to 5 years in the military prison for the reckless endangerment of my crew. I've written a document to the effect, and I've signed it, and he pushes it forward onto the table.
Jeffrey, don't eat it.
During my time in the brig, Molly will take command. I want this to be known that on this ship, nobody is above the rules. I want that to be said here and now before the battle, so it doesn't look like... Well, so I can't go back on it. And so that I've said it in front of witnesses.
30 days is quite a long time.
Yeah.
Yes. It was as close as I could think to at least partially being befitting of what I had done.
Alright.
I need to spend that time reflecting.
Okay.
That's a lot.
Should we? We've done some bad things too. Should we lock ourselves?
Okay.
No.
V takes a puff on his pipe. Permission to speak freely.
Granted.
Commodore, you're an idiot.
Yeah.
I appreciate the sentiment, And I'm not going to say no to a portion of your share in the slightest, nor I think with anyone else. But we all followed you as captain for a reason. If you want to lock yourself in your quarters and smack yourself with a horsehair whip or whatever, if it makes you feel better, I'm not going to stop you, but we sort of want to be following you.
The man does make a good point. It's not just yourself that you're punishing if you do that, darling.
You've got responsibilities.
Yeah, you have a whole host of people who need you.
But if you want to dock your pay and give that to us, you know, it's no skin off my back.
I think that's the very least I can do.
Not to be that guy or anything, but that share of the spoils could go towards buying more ships to fight the Kraken with. Did you consider that?
I did.
Okay.
Well, that's stupid then. If you considered it and didn't take... Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I feel like this might be very wanky. Because the thing is, you're locking yourself in a brig for 30 days and taking away the opportunity to have more ships to fight the Kraken with. I get the sentiment, it's lovely, but...
It feels like you are making yourself feel better about it rather than actually doing good.
Yes, what you can do is promise to do better in the next battle and hold yourself accountable without fucking up everybody else, which is what you'll be doing if you lock yourself in the brig for 30 days. Also, Molly has to parent your fucking child alone. Did you consider that side of things?
And run the ship.
Yeah.
Molly, who is just calmly been
Sorry,
pouring us
darling, I
off,
didn't mean to speak for you.
pouring us off drink. Take a sip of it and raise it. Right, well, under the circumstances, I'd like to raise a motion as first
Everyone in the
officer.
room just shrinks a little bit.
That
Celestia definitely just gets a little bit smaller in her chair and like braces herself.
being as the captain appears to have taken leave of his senses in the short term, I'm going to ask all of the officers to consider a motion to delay this 30 day prison period until a time when we're not in any sort of mortal danger.
Jeffrey,
or,
eat the paper.
you know, trying to on a campaign to wage war against the Kraken.
Yeah, let's do this after you've killed a Kraken.
Or just
And
never.
maybe when our son's in school or something.
I know we had a chat after that, and I appreciate you trying to hold yourself accountable, but this really does fuck everybody up quite considerably.
Jeffrey, eat the paper.
Very well, I second that motion.
Right, quick show of hands. Everybody's, the rest of the crew stick their hands up, except for like Heinz, the like except for Heinrich, the junior doctor. Stick his up as well.
Not to be a cunt or anything, but think about somebody other than yourself when you do these things.
It's a lovely gesture, it really isn't
Yes, but it's
helpful.
also an arsehole gesture, you know?
But it's a gesture, that's the thing, it doesn't... Yeah.
I'm saying all this because I feel like we probably need to get it all out the night before we have a battle so that we're not simmering.
Also, we all do stupid things. We don't double down and make them worse with a big old fancy show.
The sentiment of saying sorry, I appreciate it, but... Come on, darling.
I absolutely understand the importance of setting an example and being held accountable by the same terms that you do the rest of the crew.
That was my thought.
But in the interest of practicality, she gestures to the entire crew, to the officers, are deferring that 30-day sentence to a time it's convenient for us.
I accept those terms.
Good.
Yeah. Maybe, like, what year is it? 1798? Maybe 1930... Never.
I agree with 1930 never. Who seconds that motion?
Second it. Jeffrey, put your paw up. Jeffrey will second it.
Alright, Jeffrey, well, you better eat the paper then, because
Or
I
you
know
can take
you've
a
been
big
eyeing
shit
it.
on it, either way.
Don't do both.
Jeffrey, looks as if considering, continues eating the paper.
Well, I don't have anything else to bring to the table.
I'm pissed off. That's what I have to bring. That pissed me off. They don't. Ah. That's why I'm bringing that to the table.
For my part,
Save it for the redcoats tomorrow.
Will do.
yeah, speaking
I like
of
to think
which,
you're taking it seriously, though. Thank you.
everything's shipshape and ready to go aboard the Witch's Tit, Commodore.
Excellent.
Which is tit, pert, and ready. Noted.
Excellent. By the way, what's the average temperature? Never mind.
Surprisingly warm under the decks.
Oh.
But, yeah, don't go around barefoot.
How are you liking captaining? Is it fun? Or is it terrible?
It's about as involved as I expected. I stayed off taking this job for a long time for that reason.
How many people have licked a wall?
3.
Wow.
That's surprisingly low.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
One sort of serves as an example to most of the others.
Except for the 2 chickens who also did it.
Well, many people will learn by example. Some have to lick the frozen wall themselves.
I feel like I'm a wall licker.
I'm
to be
a wall
honest.
licker. Corzin, wall licker.
just have a bowl of hot water always on standby.
We do.
That's the stupidest injury for your fucking medic to have to sort.
Quite. So have it easily sorted.
Yeah. Does anyone else have anything they want to get off their chest before the battle? Anyone?
Probably not.
No. Everything's terrifying. Does that count?
Was that?
Anyone else terrified? Nope, just me.
Yeah.
We'll have to coordinate with Alton and the rest of the battery for strategizing.
I need a nap.
You really do. You're still bleeding.
I'm bleeding here and here. This is where I got zapped.
Healing.
And indeed, with that, you do make your way off to some
What
rest.
form is Marjorie at the moment?
Well, that's a good point, actually.
Marjorie is currently still a Merle.
Can I make Marjorie a pigeon again?
Yes.
Excellent.
Good idea.
You perform your ritual. Marjorie's form collapses into a series of fields of golden light and reforms.
A fat London pigeon.
There we go. Feeling better? This is just in case I die, so you can be happy. Don't tell Celestia.
I heard that. Fuck you.
I forbid any of you to die.
Noted.
Aye, Captain.
I forbid you to be a dickhead.
Or die.
Or die.
Not planning on doing either.
Good.
Okay. So, the night has fallen by this point. You fall into a fitful slumber. Flickers of dreams here and there, large portions of quiet. By the time, and I'm going to say that you awaken to the whistling, nay howling of wind.
Alpha.
Bollocks.
As you emerge in the cold pre-dawn light to see that sort of false dawn type light on the 22nd of falling leaves. To find that, as expected, you're far from the only people up, of course. You've had, the ship has continued with its, what's the term I'm looking for? Shifts. But many of the crew, knowing there would be a battle today, have taken time to get in what rest they can.
Yeah, we've foregone some deck swabbing to make sure more people are awake.
Yeah. News.
I think anyone's going to be asleep.
News filters in. soon enough as a messenger comes to call you to the battery for a summary of the situation with the War Council. And indeed, as at this moment, Colonel Alton Appleblossom.
I cast Mage Armor.
Oh my god, well done. I was just about to remind you.
Well remembered.
I literally got the word Scamp Mage. Did you see it in my notebook? Is that why you remembered it?
That's amazing.
So haven't you remembered to tie the bit of leather around your horn that gives you extra resilience? So, during the... let's see where we're going from here then. So, as you trudge your way through the streets...
We were definitely going to try and send the fucking Colonel a scary dream, weren't we? I forgot.
Oh, I completely forgot that.
Alas, you will have to make do with whatever psychological warfare has been conducted by Ocelene, the Doll of Disturbance.
Yeah.
However, it is as you clutching your coats and hats to you, struggle your way towards the battery. It is a cold, astonishingly windy pre-dawn. There is, in fact, there's not even rain. There is a light hail coming down. Not enough to we're not talking thick golf balls of hail. But it's enough that you're like, it stings your cheeks.
Yeah.
And the winds are as strong as they get. These are full gale force winds that are likely to persist certainly throughout the battle, if not the rest of the day.
Are they coming inland? Are they coming inland?
I'm going to say yes.
Pull it off because bad weather.
Cancel the whole fucking thing. As if the sky just throws fucking rocks at you sometimes. What is this shit?
No.
It's sort of half frozen on the way down. That's how cold it is.
Ow.
So I rolled for the. I did roll for the for weather ahead of this, and unfortunately you got gale. So you've got gale. And gale has.
With a spoon.
You get some, and unfortunately, gale force winds have some effects. For one thing, it's going to make dangerous manoeuvres aboard ship more difficult and risky. Every ship is going to be able to take advantage of the wind, but also, as aforementioned, in dangerous conditions. So any sort of spells like sustained wind or the like will have no effect in the gale, because there's already as much wind as you can deal with here.
Oh, is there lightning?
There is not lightning.
Bugger.
We're not. There are storm cloud. There are some sort of. There are hail clouds overhead, but you can see that it's going to be like half and half. There'll be visible sky. It's not fully overcast. You'll be able to see the sunlight as dawn comes.
Okay, cool.
In addition to that, so the effects of gales are all artillery weapons. So all cannon is operating at half range.
Okay.
Oh wow!
So the maximum and effective range of all of your cannons on board ships, on land, aboard the battery, halve.
Bollocks.
So you know how I've written down your broadside ranges are
It's
like
fucked. Yeah.
1500 short range, 6,000 foot long range. Nope. 750 short range, 3,000 long range. So on the nice little maps that I drew, where I drew out the 1 mile full range of the cannons from the batteries, it's the second circle in.
How does that affect the artillery troops?
The artillery troops are also similarly affected.
So can they reach anywhere much?
Right now they can, because their maximum range is also 1 mile.
Well, fuck them.
And there is a half mile things. If, depending on how conditions happen, that may or may not change further.
Okay.
Cool.
But at this point, everyone's artillery is halved. Ranged personal weapon attacks of like any ranged attack that is based off a weapon rather than a magical effect, it has disadvantage on the attack. So your range isn't halved necessarily.
Sorry, Sam.
Yeah, but basically, even at short range, you've got disadvantage
Right, okay.
to firearm attacks for personal rounds. I'm not going to worry about it for like the abstracted land battle and stuff because everybody's equally affected by this.
Okay.
But just so that you know, it's a problem.
Ooh, worth noting that the Sun Eaters are not affected by this.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Sun Eaters will be fine. They're in melee.
Also the militia.
Yeah.
But they could be really good to take out somebody who is ranged.
Which is basically
Yeah.
literally everyone else.
Yeah.
And also, this is and also just worth noting, it does apply disadvantage to any to any aerial attacks that you might try and conduct. So, like if you try just like flying over someone and dropping bombs, that will also have disadvantage.
Ouch.
Because it's hard to fly. And indeed, a gale force winds means if you try and fly during this, I'm going to require some checks to keep control of your flight.
Okay.
Because gale force winds.
Right, flying is hard.
Flying is very hard in a gale. Honestly, it's like there's a couple of points where you're having to struggle not to get blown over just in the street. You make your way to the council chambers in the battery and swiftly moved to the war room where the captains of the various ships are on hand, as is Colonel Appleblossom, and actually there is another figure who shows up as well. Sorry, I realised I forgot that they would be here, so I'm just going to grab them open. You further see there is another figure who you don't recognise, an older looking blonde human woman, also wearing wearing actual colonel's like stripes, clearly taken off a red coat uniform and applied to the brown leather coat she's currently wearing. Looks to be in maybe 40s or 50s, human, blonde with clear greys running throughout. Celestia, give me an intelligence check, please.
Okay.
Oh no.
Who is it?
Oh
Kill
no.
me. That is. Sorry, I've forgotten my intelligence stat. That's a 7.
You don't know nothing. No further information comes to hand for you.
Said she's. Is she human? Or
She's human, but
Okay.
you don't notice anything else off the top there. You as you
This is gonna come back to bite us in the
It
ass.
is. I hate that I've
Something
noticed.
terrible's happening already.
Do we know her? Like we
Well,
met her?
You've never met her.
The others of us.
No, neither
Okay.
of you have met her.
No.
She does as you enter the Apple Blossom goes. Good to see the three of you. Sorry, do a quick introduction. Commodore Corzin Horhace, and of course ship's mage and Chantyman, both of whom are capable magic users in their own right. Scamp and
Celestia Stardust. Nice to meet you.
Hello.
this is Colonel Riverford. She's and Colonel Riverford, and she's salutes, says, name's Colonel Sally Riverford. There's some who've called me a war hero in the past. All I can say is that I've looked after my soldiers. And hearing of the plight of what's going on here, I decided, thanks to the convincing of your good friend Miss Leodon, that I'd join on with the independence effort.
Very convincing, Leah.
Including the members of my company, which is half of the troops we were able to bring here. I thank you all again for the additional cover you were able to provide. I understand I have the three of you in particular to thank for blanding their diviners.
Yes, that
Yes.
was us.
Yeah.
Glad to have you on board.
Thank you
Most
for coming.
appreciated. Well, I realize we have equal ranks, but you have command of the situation, Colonel Appleblossom. Thank you. Right, so updates from abroad. We've been able to get some eyes in on the reinforcements that they're bringing in. In addition to the 2 troop transports and the 5th-rate frigate that the Redcoats already have, those would be the frigates called the HMS Gunter, and then there's the Elk and the Filbert, are the 2 transports. They're bringing in 4 more 4th-rate ships of the line, so full battleships. The Aquila, let me just get you the names. There you go. The Aquila, the Beater, the Chancer, and the I've written the Dancer. The Demise is the name that I've actually got here. No, I've written the Demise is better. I've written Dancer there by mistake.
Oh yeah.
But it is definitely the Demise, and the Demise, and they are escorting a 1st-rate, the HMS Integrity. And afraid what's worse is she's a carrier, so they're going to bring aerial support.
In this weather, that's not going to do them much good.
What kind of aerial support?
We're anticipating, if she's fully staffed, 2 wings of giant eagle riders, which indeed is going to be tricky for them in this weather. But the problem is those things are fast and they can strike anywhere on the battlefield. Good news is though, if they do come in in order to be able to drop any of their weapons, they've got to get close enough that the unit they're attacking might be able to shoot back at them. And the other advantage is they've got they only carry enough for a single bombing run at once. So once they've dropped their load, they've got to return to the ship.
Right.
Basically, in
I'm sorry, we're in person and everything's stupid.
for the purposes of the land battle and stowaways, I will briefly describe. We've gone into more detail off air, but I'll briefly describe how that will run. It does mean that the aerial units are hard to hit, but they will only. But it gives them a couple of weaknesses. One is that they can, even though they've got 2 units, only one of them can attack per round as they cycle inwards and outwards. So if one of them goes, they can only attack once every other sort of big combat round. And the other effect is that if the integrity is destroyed or abandoned in any way, they won't have anywhere to not so much refuel, but like restock.
Mm-hmm.
Because kind of in the style of World War I fighter planes, they've really got to work on keeping weight to a minimum in terms of their what they can do. So
that makes sense.
They do short attack runs.
Mm-hmm.
There's a bit worse news.
Oh, good.
Shit.
We've been keeping contact with the Scarlet Winds. Scarlet Winds are going to arrive shortly after dawn. We're expecting them to arrive at dawn.
Right.
So we'll have a little bit of time where we don't have that many ships.
Oh, good.
We're going to have 7, but less well armed. By and large, they're going to have 9 until the 4 ships we've got coming with the Scarlet Winds arrive.
How much after dawn?
We don't know. They're going to try and get in as soon as they can, but they could be 10 minutes, they could be an hour.
Ugh.
Ooh, an hour's a long time. Is the wind favourable to them?
Oh, the wind is in their favour. It's the reason they're going to be able to try and get there as soon as possible. But the problem is that the winds broadly travel going south inland, which means it's also been speeding the enemy.
So we'd probably want to stay reasonably defensive until they get there at the very least.
Yeah, I think that our goal really should be is to harry the troop transports. If we can prevent them from supplying reinforcements to the ground battle, then
that will help.
Yeah, well, that
It will
first
even
rate's
the
there,
odds.
though. Like, we can't
The first rate's kind of got to go, hasn't it?
It really has.
Yeah.
Well, this is another thing to be aware of. Soon as they get here, we talked it through. Captain Scorch. Scorch kind of rubs his chin. I reckon what's most likely is they're going to want to try and... He gestures to a map conveniently laid out of the waters surrounding the city. They're going to try and hit our coastal fortress. So if they can get that down, then they'll be able to bring in their troop transports without risk of them getting riddled full of holes. In addition, they're going to want to. I think they're going to want to protect their own offensive. You were going to talk more about that, Apple Blossom. Right. So they really want that fortress down. And since we managed to stymie their earlier attempt to take it out, gestures to the battery literally around you, we reckon they're going to... they've been getting boats ready overnight. We think they're going to try and cross the river by boat, as many of them as they can, with artillery support. Which means that we're going to need... If we can stop them getting over, great. Otherwise, it's going to have to be fighting in the streets, keeping them away from getting into the battery. Because if they can take the battery, then obviously, not to put too fine a point on it, but we are...
Fact.
I was trying to think of a more poetic way to put it, but
Fact
yeah,
covers it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, deal.
It's very much... I would say that we are fucked 3 ways to Pedder's Day.
Right, well, we better make sure that doesn't happen then.
Indeed.
What day is it today?
What day is it today?
It's the 22nd, which means it is the second...
I'm
Sorry.
Sorry, you're going to make me
You
get
don't
the
have to
fucking...
answer that. It's
I
okay.
don't actually have my...
I just want to know how far off Petter's Day we are.
I can tell you that we are 3 days off Petter's Day.
Okay.
Petter's Day is the 5th day of a week.
3 days, 3 ways.
Lovely, space it out.
1 way per day.
Yeah.
Keep things interesting.
Petter's Day is not till the 25th, if I remember correctly.
Alright, so
Hey, if we make it till the 25th, I'll take that as a victory.
we've got to cover our arse on the river here.
Now, there is a good side, is that we, of course, with all of our arsenal, gestures to the other ship captains, can provide a little bit of artillery support of our own. But if we're but the risk is, if we're busy doing that, gestures to the map to where they expect all of the enemy ships come in, we're going to be vulnerable to them while we're doing it, because there's only so many broadsides. So it really comes down to what we think our best play is, whether we want to try and catch them and around the outside of our of our fortress, close to the fortress, try and defend against them, just make sure that they have to enter the fortress's range to fire on us. And with this gale, everyone's going to have to enter the fortress range if they want to get close enough to fire on the fortress. Or whether we want to swing round and attack, support our land troops by firing on the enemy. The problem is, that does mean that we are going to be... it's going to be possible for them to fire on us without our fortress being able to cover us. Literally, in order to do that, you need to put yourself between them and the fortress.
Yeah.
Whereas if you hang close to the fortress, you'll get its cover when they have to get in close.
Yeah. And it will still be sort of protected.
Yeah.
I have a question that I wish I'd thought of last night, but I think I should probably ask.
Go on.
So, if the worst does happen and they get near the fortress, would it be good for that to have a spell on it that makes it really hard to get into?
I mean, if you've got any large-scale magic that...
I mean, I do, but it's the decision as to whether that's better to use in battle to save people, or if it's better to have a fortress that nobody can get into.
How long does it take you to cast this?
10 minutes.
Well...
I mean, 10 minutes isn't that long in a battle.
But you've got to
fairness,
literally
no, it's
be
not.
here.
Yeah.
I'll take you there. What I'd say is, if it looks like, all right, we're expecting them to come in through the eastern piers to some degree.
Yes.
If we get forced back, I'm going to say as far as Portland, maybe, or Wall Street, so that we can hold out. Even if we lose that ground, we can hold out for at least 10 minutes. Which means that if you're able to
might be a
get
last
there,
resort if we need it. That's not a bad idea.
Yeah. Although I hate to say it, but if it's got to the point where they're inside the walls, to that point, it's a bit late.
Yeah.
Like them not being able to open doors and getting a bit lost. It's not.
They'll have a mage, won't they?
Yeah.
I'm sure they have at least one mage. I mean, it's pretty big spell, but still.
It's the last line of defence.
Yeah, I think if
Reserve
it's needed.
Yeah.
keep that in reserve then. If it looks like
I
we're
can't
getting
promise
there.
I won't use it to save somebody else, but if I still have it, great.
If we have it, we'll use it, but
Yeah.
let's not bank on it for now.
It's my second largest spell, so
Right.
It's your magic.
I don't want to promise to keep it.
You use it as you see best, but thanks for making us aware of that.
Yeah. Sometimes you need to clear a corridor more than you need to defend a building.
Yeah.
Which does actually bring to mind one possible... which does actually bring to mind the obvious condition, of course. If you get the opportunity to sink the integrity, then that will take out, obviously, their biggest hitter and their... he gestures upwards. Their
air superiority.
Their air superiority, which they absolutely have at this point. One thing we will note, though, is that this is a first rate. How many cannons have they got? I think it's 88 on a side.
Yep.
They've got about 88 cannons on a side. Basically, one of those broad... Let me put it this way. The range on a full broadside in this weather, if they to get close and deliver one, they need to get at least within 1,600 feet of the gestures to the fortress. But if every single one of every shot hit, that could destroy the battery in one salvo.
Right,
so
we need to take out that shit.
We can't let
the
them
good
get
news
that
is good news is it's also the slowest thing they've got.
So it won't get there first. That's good to know.
They'll have escorts. We'll have to
I
take care of
hate
those.
my first thought, but I think I should say it anyway. Scamp, you know when you did that thing to the ships where they went all upside down?
Oh yeah, no,
and
I was thinking about the range is small.
How small?
At an absolute push.
We'd have to get you in unseen.
We can't fly.
You can't fly safely.
I mean, we can fly. It's a bit shit.
Absolute maximum 200 feet.
Oh, balls! That's really small in a battle,
really
isn't
small.
it?
I could pop over there if you can get me within 500 feet and just be in the sea in a storm.
That sounds fine.
One
I
thing
mean, you
I
can
Well, that's
swim
what we
underwater.
did last time when I needed the long nap to stop being basically dead.
One thing I'm going to say is that
Yeah.
if you have to get 500 feet close enough to do whatever it is that takes you there really reliably, you are then whatever vessel you take is definitely in range of their full cannon.
Yeah, or if you just take you. You've been hit by a cannonball before. It wasn't fun.
Oh, it was not fun.
Alright then. What we need is to get them to unload their cannon on something that isn't there, giving you enough time to get in that close before they can reload.
I could do that.
Yes.
But even flying in this weather, there's no guarantee that I'll get anywhere near it. Also, the second I do it, I stop flying.
What if I do?
At that point, I'm in the sea in a storm.
True. I mean, if you give me 10 minutes, I can do a mile of staff. But it depends what we need.
One thing that's worth noting,
Can't
I
do
believe
structures,
you
I
can't do
think.
structures.
Yeah.
You couldn't generate a full
I
ship.
couldn't do shit. And Celestia kind of does looks like she's doing difficult maths for a second. Actually, you can't really make something that completely isn't there.
So it'd just be like...
I can change like a building.
No, apparently you can. So
Oh,
it
can
says,
you?
similarly, you can alter the appearance of structures or add them when unpleasant.
Oh, okay, so I could.
So you can't disguise, conceal, or add creatures, but structures you can. So basically, this would come down to this would basically be a check. I suppose it would be for performance because bard. Versus the sharpest person there's insight to successfully bluff it, because you could create a ghost ship. You could create a ship with no crew.
Yeah.
I don't know how much you could make it move, but you can create an apparently stationary ship.
I could create a looping thing of it firing or something.
If you got up to a mile, create 20. They can only shoot at one.
I was thinking that we could technically, if I created a mile of solid ships.
Yeah.
And that sounds ridiculous, but genuinely, if I created a mile just full of ships.
Yeah.
Where the fuck's our ship? You know
Exactly.
what I mean?
I mean, but where the fuck's the enemy as well? It will affect all of our ships as much as it affects theirs.
Make them a different colour.
I will say that your range on this
Makes sense.
is sight.
Difficult, but I don't know. Is there something we could do there?
Maybe.
I think
mean,
having
again,
a lot.
10 minutes is normally a long time, but not in this kind of battle.
Yeah.
Also,
It's my
even
biggest
if
spell, but it might be fucking worth it.
yeah. Also, even if they work out that some of the ships are illusions, they can't know immediately which are and which aren't.
Until they dispel it.
They
And
have to
how-
get so close to do that, though.
They just have to be within the effect. It's a magical effect. It's not based on where you are. It's based on where the effect is, which is a mile.
It's quite big, which does help. They need
Yeah.
a pretty specific mage, but they could do it. It's not ridiculous. But what it could potentially buy us is a few minutes. Not necessarily if we did ships, if we did something like whirlpools or big whale spirits or something distracting. It could buy us a couple of minutes to try and sink it. I don't think it could buy us long.
Yeah.
But if we sink it, it could be worth it.
Yes, absolutely.
Difficult though. Difficult to know what to do.
Well, in much the same way as we use the illusion that you created over the city to our advantage in the last land battle, if we can do a similar thing at sea, then at the very least their reaction times are slower.
Or what if it was just like a big thing obstructing their vision?
So I'm gonna give you some. I'm gonna say make some rulings here in the spirit of the spell to offer I'm not trying to shift you in any particular way, but I want to give you rules that
No,
for
dude,
guidance
that's actually
here.
really helpful because I'm a bit stuck on where to go with it.
You can't create. It will allow you to create structures. It won't. So it's that playing of structures versus vehicles. You can create ships, but they can't move.
Okay.
So you could create ships that appear to be on the horizon and coming, or ships that are at the moment that they see them, they turn around and see, there's a bunch of ships and they've got their sails flowing, and that tactic might work for a little bit, but pretty soon
They're going to
realize these ships aren't actually moving from their position because they're stationary.
Yeah.
And ships aren't often just stationary.
Aren't
let's
usually
be honest.
stationary. You can absolutely change the terrain in a way that will make terrain difficult or impassable.
Yeah.
Which will affect how fast they can travel or where they can travel, and will kind of depend. I'll roll ship by ship. If it's utterly impassable terrain, like if you created a bunch of spikes, of ice spikes coming out of the sea, I'd have to completely blocking this off. I'd have to roll it ship by ship on whether they can disbelieve that illusion,
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
or so on. But the point is that you can make terrain difficult to bypass, but it goes both ways because this illusion affects everyone equally.
Yeah.
I mean, a wall
Yeah. If
of
we
some
can
kind.
if we can funnel them where we need them to be in order to
Again, it
pull this
won't
off.
last long, so we can't
Yeah.
rely on it. But
There's also...
I will also rule that to dispel this, a mage needs to be within dispel magic distance of a part of the illusion they can perceive.
Yeah.
So even if you hit a whole mile area and you create 6 ships like spaced around that
You'll
mile,
have to be like
they need to get close enough to one of those
to a
ships
ship.
That was
yeah.
what I was
to
thinking.
do dispel.
Yeah.
So yeah, they can't just dispel the space between, because even though the spell technically exists
Yeah.
there, they
not a
need
solid
to be
anchor.
able to
Yeah.
focus
Yeah.
to dispel it.
That's helpful.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not attached. It's just a thought.
It's
you
a
know?
lot
It's
to
a
put
good
on a
thought.
single spell taking out the ship, though. Last time it worked really well because the ships were pretty much in the river where it is shallower, and we dropped one on the other. Just putting a ship up in the air and then back in the water,
Yeah.
it might damage it, but it ain't necessarily going to disable it.
How high
yeah.
can it go?
Not that high, like 100 feet.
That's pretty high, but
A
still.
first-rate ship, on average, and again,
Yeah.
correct me if I'm wrong, is several thousand tons.
Yeah.
That falling 100 feet?
How big do waves get in storms? Like, they will come crashing down all over the place, and they're sort of built for that.
I don't think we can rely on it completely taking it out.
No.
It could do some damage.
I will say that the 5th rates that you did this to were basically buggered by
Yeah.
dropping them from 100
Yeah.
feet. Like, it's...
They were in the river, though, rather than...
They were in the river rather than at high sea. They're, like, it's possible, but
We did drop them on each other slightly.
you need to drop them on
It
each
would be
other.
the equivalent of, you drop a... This is a bit grisly, but you drop a horse from 100 feet, you drop an elephant from 100 feet, they're still going to splat.
Yeah, here we go. The Integrity has 104 guns, and it's 2,000 tons berth in weight. So like it's pretty hefty.
Like, it might... My worry is that things won't... Like, things will be strapped down, they're not going to be flying around so much, and it'll come down, it'll make a bit of a crash, but it's still mostly going to just bob back up again.
I still think you could do a large amount of damage in one go.
If the
Yeah.
force of it coming
It's not
down
gonna
is
be
enough
nothing.
to put it into the water, it's
How
I
deep's
mean-
the water?
out there. Could I make an estimation of how deep that is?
Honestly, out there you're in
Hundreds
sort of
of
north,
feet.
yeah, like
Yeah.
150 feet. You're into like North Sea territory there,
Yeah, no,
which
Okay.
is pretty fucking deep.
Yeah.
it's probably as deep below the water as you can get it up higher above the water. Put it that way.
Okay, I mean, I'm willing to give it a try, but it's going to be...
Nuts.
I think it's our best bet given the firepower disparity we have.
Yeah.
If all
we
of
only
our
get one
ships,
shot as well.
yeah, if all of our ships were able to swarm it, we might have had a chance. But also, that would be almost guaranteed to lose us somebody.
Yeah. And it does mean, like, I won't be wherever anything else is. I'll be on my own for a bit. I won't be able to help you.
If there's
Is there a better way? Genuinely. Before we do this mad thing.
The only other thing I could think of would be if you were to take one of the escort ships, throw that up in the air, and then drop that on it.
You can't move it once it's up. It
No,
comes
true.
back down where it is.
Yeah.
It was only because they had ships close together that it
Oh yeah,
worked
they were
last time.
stupidly close together.
Because I didn't think we'd put a ship up in the
Because
sky.
no one, this is the first time reverse gravity has been used in war
Yeah.
that you know of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Recently, anyway. Like,
Within recorded history.
Yeah.
Who knows what the fucking giants did?
Yeah, fair.
Scorch speaks up. Well, that certainly sounds like a brave and daring type of move, and definitely one you'd need to get close to, which suggests either you're going to need to get your ship close to it, or you're going to need to take off and do that on your own.
In a fucking gale.
One thing I would say is more immediately, we're pretty sure that they're going to head straight for us. Soon, they're probably going to also not bring their attack out until their ships are getting close enough to start giving them cover. Maybe they might go early, maybe they might wait until they're in line. but we're probably going to get a few minutes at most of opportunity to shell their land forces when they start making the crossing.
And we've got to make every shot count.
So that means it's going to come down to a decision. This is the one we need to decide on. Do we keep our ships close to the fort so that to give us the advantage in the naval confrontation, so that we can bring our fortress to bear against them? Or do we put our ships out front so that they can give our land forces a helping hand, but means that but also makes them the preferential targets for the flotilla on the approach?
It's easier for small units to interfere on land than it is on sea.
Mm.
But genuinely, say the three of us wanted to help with somebody. It is easier to pop onto land and fuck something up and then get back to the sea battle than it is for us to fly in a gale.
Sure.
So I'm tempted to say we should focus on defending the sea.
I agree.
Stay near the fort.
I think we don't want to put our ships in the most vulnerable position right now,
Especially before the reinforcements come.
Until the reinforcements come. We're outnumbered horribly.
Yeah.
On that front.
I think we've got to be a bit of a tight-knit defence, really, haven't we?
Yeah.
Okay. In which case, we'll keep our ships close to the fort and on the western side, so that we've got the advantage in naval defence. Thank you for putting that.
North?
North is this way, because the sea is to the north. Thank you. It's North Mest.
Yeah.
Which way's Dennis?
Dennis is currently in Upper West, in the Upper West side.
Ah, cool.
You're right. Yep, Dennis has been written on the map.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Very important.
Right. Speaking of which, says Apple Blossom, going to bring it our focus. So just to make us aware, a quick update on what our troops are on the land. So we know that they're bringing in 2 units of the Reclamation Corps. So mostly those damn skeletons. Those are going to be their hammer. They're probably some of their. Not necessarily their. Well, actually, I'd say that those are going to be their shield. They're not the strongest units, but they've got bodies to throw into the breach, so they can take a lot of beating. They've got 5 units of regular redcoat infantry. They're better trained than us, if not. Although the rifles do give us a slight arms edge in some ways to help us bring us parity. They've got some cavalry, but they aren't going to get involved. Unless the things go bad enough to bring the transports in, or unless we decide we really want to cross over and try and attack Fort Beatrix by foot, which at this point I'm not recommending as our first course of action.
Sounds fucking mental, doesn't it?
Yeah.
No, we need to let them break on us.
And of course they've got 4 units of artillery, which they're probably going to try and smash our units across the river with. Even with the gale, they'll be able to attack the other side of the river, but they'll be doing so under less than ideal conditions. Read shooting at disadvantage.
Right.
One last thing, though, we've taken out their eyes. The diviners are gone. Or at least broken enough that they are not getting involved in this battle. The resurrectionists are staying cooped up in their fortress rather than coming to the front, because they're not going to be a lot of use there. You already took down their illusionists and their summoners, which means the main unit they've got still are the bear paws. Those siege artillery elementalists. On our side,
We're going to be keeping the clerics mostly, part of them back here, others distributed out amongst the units to provide healing where they can. So they're not really a major factor here. But we've got 4 units equipped with those rifles that you were able to get from that manufacturing place. Thank you again for that. Which
You're most welcome, darling.
we've got 4 more units of basic militia, although Colonel... I've forgotten the name again. The good Colonel Riverford's units retired from the night walk, but they are here, which makes a difference. And of course, we've got those street gangs, the Deadeyes and
Crime friends.
and those 30 cutthroats. Although there's actually about 600 of those buggers total, and they're actually some of our strongest fighters.
Great.
Then, of course, you've got
The cult.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, those literal demons, the two priests in the group who've the clerics of St. Purity and St. Fury, just who have been keeping silent, just pinched the bridges. Well, they're pretty good in a scrap, especially that fellow who can turn himself into a giant snake. So he's around, and we also
You
got...
literally fucking saved our lives, the last one, so I'm
Yeah,
making
exactly.
no apologies to anyone present.
We also got your message and distributed that.
Yeah, please
Weird,
do that.
but okay. Apparently we need to hail a prophet or something when the time comes.
Just needs a bit of encouragement.
Yeah, are our troops ready to fight in the dark, by the way? Because that's a thing.
We did say that.
We did say that.
We're
You're
getting
telling
ready.
everyone, right?
There has been some more than a bit of skepticism, but I suppose seeing is believing.
There's been a massive illusion over the majority of the city for quite a while now. I think, they're at least as primed as they're going to be.
Yeah, we're expecting something along those lines.
Also, have we ever failed you when we've promised something impossible?
She makes a very good point.
Probably.
Almost certainly.
Yeah. But you're certainly not when you promise something ludicrous.
That's what I meant. Ludicrous, impossible, same thing.
And of course, we've got the Sunset Girls on hand. So they're going to be roving throughout the battlefield, trying to take different targets out. They're not... There's only a small number of them, but what they're very good at is sabotage. So they can move around and keep folks busy, even if they can't, take out a unit of 500 soldiers of their own. Yeah, so just for everyone's awareness, the Sunset Girls are a special unit. On every turn that we do the land battle, you can just declare what unit you want the Sunset Girls to be tying up, and that unit can't move or act that round.
Good.
Basically, they can just stop a unit from moving or acting
Nice.
through sabotage.
Bear paws, anyone?
Yeah.
Agreed.
100%.
I think we should send the Sunset Girls to the bear paws because small unit versus small unit for a start, and also if the bear paws can't do a fireball that big, that would be really nice.
That'd be really nice.
Because that was mortifying. I glance at Vig without thinking about it and then pretend I haven't. that was what fucked Vig up.
It was. Vig's not here at this fight.
Oh, he isn't?
Actually, no, he would be. He would have wheelchaired.
Captain, right?
Yeah, he's a captain,
Yeah.
so he would have wheelchaired along with you.
Yeah.
So yeah, Vig just
I just pretend I haven't done it, but it's,
Vig rolls his eyes and doesn't comment. So there goes. Right. Not much to say here. We'll have to think about exactly how we want to stagger our forces, but our first priority in the land battle is just going to be keeping them...
Keep the buggers at bay.
keep the buggers at bay.
Yeah.
I suppose we'll decide. If you've got any thoughts about where we want to position those, we'll have a chat about that later. Read we'll probably have a break and just give you before the actual battle
I mean, I
bit
think we've
starts.
already talked about it. If
Yeah.
you want to do that now.
No, literally, if you want to reposition anywhere of the, because I just put these there as an indication of like the maximum
Right,
you can
So
have.
you
it.
can actually chat
That's
about that when
fine.
you're at the other
Cool.
end. So we will do that.
So yeah, move those tokens around because we've got tokens for this
Yes.
to indicate how you want to
You
distribute the
can look
units.
at the website if you want.
Because
to see
right
the
now
pictures.
your militia units marked E, F, G, and H. The weakest ones are just like forming one full flank
Full
on
shit
their own.
line.
You've got your strongest units all off to one side. In fairness, they are like, it's not the absolute worst thing because if those militia units do fall, they do have a long way to travel to get to the battery.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
But,
mean, our
like,
strategy is not actually dissimilar to that, but
Yeah,
it is
but-
slightly better
yeah,
positions. Yeah.
but I did just pick those positions at random
Yeah.
Fair.
for you to choose. Okay, in which case then, right, in that case, I suppose we better get to battle stations.
Weird thought, probably won't work. Very big long shot. Don't suppose you've got a spare sending. I've just got a friend who likes gods a lot, or maybe we could ask them to just ask their god if there's any help they could send.
Is it worth sending from
Not
me?
from you, if it's anyone else.
Sending mages. Do we have a spare sending,
Sending
mage?
mage, you can just-
Anyone?
We
Anyone?
Just a little bit of intervention from, say, a divine source that might be worth a 1 in 10 chance of working.
1 in 10 chance of working.
Divine intervention is something Sander could do from
yeah.
a distance.
God, literally, yeah. Okay, there's a sort
You
of
know
look
what?
once
Just
more.
in case it works.
Yeah.
Okay,
I think it's
fuck it.
actually worth it.
The yeah, sure. The
There's not really a range on that.
no, there's not. So okay.
It's very unlikely to work. If it does, it'll be amazing.
Okay. They look onto each other. There's a sigh, and
Sorry, I should have
one
thought
of
of this
the
yesterday.
and the there's a sigh from the two priests, and Appleblossom goes, "I'm authorizing it. Just send them the exact message you need them to deliver."
Oh shit! I didn't think this
And
far
who
ahead
you
very
need it
well.
to go to.
Sander Cornwraith.
Yep.
What would we say?
Could do with a little bit of help. Big old fight.
Huge battle in Newmark. Any chance of divine intervention? Literally any help appreciated. Please and thank you. Love you. Bye.
Want to break a boat?
Yes, preferably breaking a boat. A big one.
Does any of that fit in?
Up to preferably breaking a boat, a big, just about got 25 left.
That was-
So you say preferably breaking a boat, big one.
Breaking big boat. What's it called? Hang on.
The integrity.
Integrity.
Like, divine intervention has limits on what it can do.
Yeah.
But even if it was just like,
Send us an angel.
Yeah. Sander, darling. Big fucking fight. Newmark. Today. Any chance of divine intervention? Please. Ship sunk. First rate integrity, particularly helpful.
You write that down.
Hope
Sorry.
you're doing well.
Tell Sabnet bums.
Bums.
Cool. A military aide writes that down, including bombs, just the raised eyebrow. No, she takes it out.
It is a very secret military code.
It is. It's very serious.
This message is, at some point in the near future, sent to Sander. Sander, how do you want to respond?
For fuck's sake.
that's it.
Yeah.
Sander never uses the word count.
As you are making your preparations, you get a messenger runs back and says, so I've got a reply here from a Sander Cornwraith.
Yes?
Lovely.
Verbatim, for fuck's sake.
Okay, they're going
Yeah,
to
no,
help.
that sounds
Great.
about right.
Thank you.
Okay, roll your percentile chance. Why not?
What level is Sander now? Have they been leveling alongside us?
They've not been leveling perfectly alongside you. What level are you now? 14?
14.
14.
Cool.
This character sheet is level 13, but I might have been messing with it. I don't know if it's accurate.
I feel like they were the B team was like 2 levels below.
They were the same
They were
level
the same
when we were
level when
them,
you
Yeah.
were them.
but they don't have to be now. That is.
I
cool.
want to say they're level 12 because they've
Cool.
not been on the
Okay.
same epic adventures
That's
as you.
fair.
Okay, fair.
This is not going to work. Nope, 48.
Oh, shame.
Worth a
You
try.
will never know whether Sander's mysterious deity helped you or not.
Everything else has a short range.
A short range is in not the other side
Side of the fucking
planet.
world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, not across an ocean.
It was worth a try.
Oh, yeah, it was.
Oh, the temptation to have multiple forms of divine. I was wondering if you try and get Dionysus involved in this. Like, I don't see how it'd help. But
We're so like mixing our spiritual drinks. Like, you know what I mean?
But have we got any other level 10
Dionysus
clerics?
get all of them drunk.
I mean, like,
We kind of already have a divine intervention in that Poppy's helping
Yeah.
sort
yeah, I
of.
mean, also, like, you know, you're like the alcohol, yeah, but like madness, God
Yeah.
of madness. That's probably more
Also
direct.
murder.
Yeah.
That's helpful in a battle.
Specifically tearing people into pieces.
Yeah.
But yeah, that like death and rebirth and like there's aspects that Di probably could get involved with, but also probably won't because he has no significant following here.
Fair.
Yeah.
Yet.
Yet.
Give it time.
There is also a competing cult, so there's going to be
There's
hard.
multiple competing cults here.
God fights.
I got a cult yet.
You haven't taken any
Damn
steps
it,
to
I
set
need
up a cult, so
Oh, I
Yeah,
want a
cults.
cult so bad. I'm not sure what Scamp's opinion is. I want a
Love you
cult.
now.
you need to perform some miracles in front of people who can see it or proselytize. You know? And make yourself accessible as a worshipable entity. Cults don't
Last
just start
time I tried to make
themselves.
a divine thing happen, I started a revolution, so...
That did happen.
Did Star Revolution.
One of my favourite nat ones. In any game.
Yeah, it was real bad.
Okay. In which case, then, I suppose it's time we moved on to the start of the battle.
Yikes.
Fun.
So, to provide a little bit of context, this battle is going to take place in kind of like on 2 theatres. There's going to be the land side of things will basically take an action every functionally 10 minutes or so. The sea side of things will be taking an action once every 3 minutes or so. So basically, every turn we'll do 3 turns at sea, and then of the sea battle, and then we'll do a turn of the land battle, and sort of alternate that way. There will also be opportunities for the party for us to zoom into our conflict on the party level, and get so that the stars of the show will be able to come in and deal with a situation that needs that personal touch. That disastrous personal touch. Did you make any firm decision in the end as to whether you wanted to use Mirage Arcane?
I mean, like, do we want that? Seriously.
Because, like, yeah, you can set that off. That's a 10-minute casting time. So, like,
10 minutes isn't the end of the world in a battle.
it's
That's
not the end of the
thing.
world in the battle, and technically, like, you know, so long as you've decided to do it 3 naval turns in advance,
It's fine.
it'll happen. Because Celestia's doing stuff isn't really that going to affect the naval side. You just need to declare that you're planning to do
difficult
it.
terrain between us and them is appealing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, this depends on the limitations of the spell, but could you use it, especially given the weather conditions, to cheat what distances look like? Make something look like it's further away than it actually is.
No, I don't think so.
That's a little. that's hard to do. While you could conceivably try and create like a painted image of the landscape much further
Boats
away.
at the wrong scale.
The boats at the wrong scale and so on. So
I think
within
that would be
the-
really hard.
That would be very hard to do. You can
Like, having read the spell, I don't think that would
Just
make
thought,
sense.
okay.
No,
alter-
great thought.
You
but
can
yeah.
alter the appearance of structures or add them when none are present. So you could conceivably
Move the battery 300 feet to the other side.
you could move the battery 300 feet to the right. Like that would
Worse
it
than-
by basically covering the battery with like where the battery actually is. You could do it by like kind
making
of
it a
covering
mound of earth or something.
or like adjusting the layout of the street, apparent layout of the street, so it looked like there were other buildings in the way. Basically, I would say that it's within the spirit of the spell for you to displace the battery. Probably not by 300 feet, but maybe by 100 feet. Enough that it would basically increase its armor class.
That'd probably be enough, and plus the fact if they're shooting at it at that range, the battery can return fire.
Yeah, you can also do
It
any
won't-
number of other effects within a mile.
It won't last long as a defence, because the second the battery fires back, it's pretty obvious that like the
Yeah.
random houses are firing
I
cannons.
think part
at
of the
them.
question maybe we haven't asked is what else would you use that spell for? Like what other things are you doing at that level that you wouldn't be able to do?
I'm gonna do the big rainbow thing. The really, really, really big one that killed all the halflings that time. That's the only other thing. But it's a big amount of damage. But equally, it's a big amount of damage on like a personal level.
Yeah, how many targets is that? And
As many as you want, basically,
what,
within a 60-foot cone.
and does it damage structures as well, or is that just creatures?
I don't know. Does it
What's the
damage
spell?
structures?
I might have
Prismatic spray.
It depends on the spray. Basically,
Yeah, I mean, there's
presume-
fire, acid, lightning, poison, cold.
I would decide that like
But then there's also like banishment,
let
and
me-
turning it to stone. I turned a cannon to stone,
you did turn the camera.
so
to
I
stone.
guess it does do stuff to structures, but it does depend
Yeah.
what kind of damage it is.
Yeah.
Is the answer.
Yeah, the rule I've got. So the term is like specifically it says every creature in a 60-foot cone makes a dex save. I have ruled that structures are affected. I would basically rule that if you're hitting something like a ship, a random number of rays hit a ship
Yeah,
and have effects.
Okay.
that makes sense.
There are a lot of them that it would do nothing to. Like
Yeah.
poison
There's-
damage ain't going to hurt a ship.
And there's some
Exactly.
where it would only affect part of it. Like the one where it turns something to stone, it would turn part of a ship to stone.
Yeah.
Well,
which
a
might
ship's
be
not 60 foot wide. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
like there's more ship than that. Yeah. I mean, that is only so good against a ship.
Yeah.
It is a bit random. Like, it's great against a group of people that we need to clear.
Agreed.
But
Yeah, if you hit the violet ray against a bit of ship, I'd say that portion of the ship would be banished to a different, like a section of ship would get
fun.
banished.
Which, if it's in a hull,
I mean,
A bit of
Great.
under the waterline.
yeah.
could be great.
But like it wouldn't do the whole ship.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
You wouldn't just send the entire ship to the grey world,
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
the
I
cold
mean-
world.
Potentially good. But. Oh, fuck, I don't know. What do you two think?
You'd need to be so close to a ship in order to use that effectively, surely.
That's the thing, isn't it? My
Yeah,
range
like-
isn't that big.
Odds are we're going to get into a couple of scraps, but it might be that we
I
can
have
do
other
more.
big
Yeah,
spells for
that's the
those.
thing.
I'm going to do the one with all the cracks and that stuff instead.
Yeah.
As much as the scary rainbow one is a lot of damage at once, I do have some other ones that are a lot. Not quite as much, but a lot.
Yeah, I think maybe it's worth it.
I think it's worth it. So, what do we want to do with it? We want to move the battery, physically. I have a mile of effect, so why just do one thing?
Quite
Yeah.
so. All
What
right.
are we hitting? Let's look at that. Where we're going to hit. That's a
Okay.
good thing.
So your mile square, basically, you can hit. I mean, all of the city, basically,
Yeah.
under this bit. You can get if you put because it's a square mile. You can kind of like do all of this bit, including the battery, or you can kind of position it. If you want to create obstacles as such, I will describe for the purpose of the viewers where they appear, so the listeners where they appear, because there are no viewers. But I will ask you to just draw on the map where you want any barriers or the like to appear, because you have like a massive amount of latitude. And again, the reminder that they can only dispel this if they are at points where they can perceive it.
I mean, a barricade of some sort of difficult terrain doesn't feel like a bad shout, does it?
That's
I
very
mean, we'd
good.
still have to be in each other's range, I suppose, but help.
Well, if it extends out into the waters, then any kind of natural obstacle, like a whirlpool or rope
Whirlpool
waves,
won't
or
hurt us, will it? Yeah.
Also, if you're creating like illusionary stuff, why not make some things that look mundane, like we might have put them there for real, like nets made of chain, which is always a good way to stop a boat getting through.
yeah,
That's a really good idea.
that would
I like
make
that.
sense.
You can make sound as well, can't you?
Yes.
So, praise Apothos, like whispered by hundreds of voices over and over. I'll get the message out there.
But they need to know. They need to not
They
know
need
about
to not
it.
do it.
Let's not do that.
Although they need to not do it. If it makes it creepy. Or just creepy noises is always good.
Creepy noises is lovely.
There's still a huge
Revolutionary
section
music.
of forest that's just doing haunting revolutionary music and shit.
Yeah,
I think revolutionary music could actually be really awful for morale, and I like it.
yeah,
Yep.
makes sense.
So what kind of difficult terrain do we want to go for? Nets made of chains.
I like the whirlpools thing.
Whirlpools are really
or
fun. They will affect us as well. It's worth. You know what? Whirlpools aren't visible until you're quite near. So if we know where they are, but they don't.
They're
until
also
we're
not
quite
real,
nearby.
so we don't need to dodge
Yeah.
them.
That's true. I mean, difficult terrain is difficult terrain with this spell, isn't it?
Difficult
That's the
terrain
thing.
is difficult terrain. So
Yeah.
you know they're not real, but frankly, navigators on board ships probably aren't going to take the risk.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
that makes
Or
sense.
if they do, it's tricky. They're going to try and navigate
Like,
it. Which,
it
and
makes
you are
real
in a-
difficult terrain.
Yeah.
Gales make navigating
Yeah.
interesting. Right?
Jagged rocks sticking up out of the water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe stuff that's
More
not.
ships.
Yeah, maybe stuff that's not actually easy to see from far away, but we know where it is.
Yeah,
So that we know where the difficult terrain is, but they don't.
Yeah.
that makes
That
sense.
work?
Yes.
Like jagged rocks is a good idea because, like, if we know where it is, great, but they won't actually see it until it's causing them problems.
Yes.
And I think we want to prioritise putting it stuff within the range of their defences.
Yeah.
Because we
How to
want
be-
them to, like, places we ain't going.
Place is a bit close to them.
Like, near their fort. Like,
Yeah.
we're staying out of the range of their fort with our boats.
Yeah.
They'll get in there. So that's a spot that's safe for them. So
And
let's
so-
make it not easy to move around in.
If you want to affect the if you want to displace the coastal fortress, the furthest you can get is about here.
Okay, cool.
With your is 1
I
mile
think
away.
we would probably just when Jason's saying here, he's
So
playing
I'm
quite
pointing to the one
close
quite close to theirs,
to
but
the
like
enemy
a
ships.
mile away from yours.
Yeah. I think that line near them
Yeah.
could be quite. I don't know why I'm not talking character. That line near them that's
You're looking at the map that
Yeah.
you have physically in front of you.
yeah that's far away from us.
Yeah.
That we're not going to, like you say, we're not going to go in.
Yeah. Because
I think
this is a
that might
bad
be the
place
best
to be.
place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even just as a delaying tactic, it's worth it.
Yeah, and honestly, if I make them small and subtle, but the terrain's difficult, we might actually fuck up some shit.
Yes.
Not massively, but enough that
It's a
it'll
shame we
cause an
can't
issue.
put some real stuff in there to mix it up, but never mind.
Yeah,
We can't get close, we're getting shuttered.
maybe a little wall, like here.
Okay.
Not a wall, but like jagged rocks,
Yeah.
chain nets.
Yeah.
Barrels covered in spikes all floating and tied together.
Yep,
That looks like they might be explosive.
all that. I think this is worth a spell.
Yes. I
Okay.
agree.
And yeah, move the. What is it called?
The
in
battery.
Battery. Yeah, we've had a battery and a bastion and a fort, and like
Yeah.
they're all the same thing in my head.
Yeah.
And move the battery by however much we can.
Okay. So you're shifting the battery.
Yeah.
Cool. Right.
Like literally as far round as we can for a mile.
As far round as you can. Okay.
Like
So the
where does our
rule
mile
is
start?
that you get 1 mile of So it's slightly more than
So
this.
we need to be able to move this. That's
So
important.
you've got so this is a mile squared. It's a square mile.
Squares.
So you can get all of if you want to include that
Yeah.
and get as far as like there. And I say the furthest you can do is to about
Yeah.
is there.
So like here.
Yeah. So if
and
you
like
want to
there.
you can get as far as that there if you've done it.
If it intersects the land over here,
Yeah.
change where the coastline appears to be. If they run themselves
You know
aground, they're
This is-
they're out of the fight.
Yeah. So this way is going to be where the Scarlet Winds are coming from. So we're
Yeah.
not going
Yes.
to put that there.
Yeah.
We could probably do with ascending to tell the Scarlet Winds that there's rocks and shit
Mm-hmm.
in that particular spot. And also that this is the strategy that would probably be helpful, wouldn't it?
They should know that stuff's. Yeah.
And also about it being dark and stuff.
We told them about that.
We
You've
have
already-
told them
Yeah.
about that.
They've
We
already
did do
sent
that.
ascending about that.
Okay. But yes, a wall here,
Okay.
I think, is
So,
the important thing.
So you so just to describe
Yeah,
this,
I'm going to leave that open.
You're
because
basically-
Scarlet Winds need to
you're
go
basically
somewhere.
envisioning a wall of obstacles stretching from the coastline about just over just over about a third of a mile out, away from Fort Beatrix, so
Yeah.
right at the edge of your spell radius here, that continues outwards in a broad sort of semicircular fashion, continuing down so that all the way out into the sea for close to a mile, and terminating. And this barrier is going to be a mixture of different physical obstacles, but ones that you could conceivably have constructed.
Can you
Or
make it
summoned into
appear
magic?
like
What
like an invisibility wearing off when they appear, rather than just popping into existence?
Can I do that?
I mean, dawn is coming but hasn't come yet, so you could make them appear, or if you set them up now, you could make it look like now that the light, the dawn light is coming. They were set up overnight,
Plausible,
and they're
yeah.
only just now
If
visible.
they're not here, then it gives them more time to dispel.
Or you can do it in time. Yeah, you can make it look like these are revealing from magic if you so wish.
Because if we put it up now, the boats aren't here for 20 minutes. That
Also,
gives them
it's
20
still
minutes.
today's spell gone.
Yeah.
Like in magic cost, it's no different.
Cool.
I think, shortly beforehand. would be
Okay,
ideal.
so basically, it's basically a mixture of booms, basically long chains that have been set up in the water, anchored to like long posts that are down to the seabed, floating, flaming barrels filled with pitch, which is probably more what you're looking at in terms of.
Yeah.
It's just like
Stuff that
you
looks
don't.
like somebody could have set it up.
Yeah, you don't have elven fire, so explosives, and torpedoes won't be invented till next century.
Yeah.
Oh,
So-
I'm sure we can figure something.
Can we change slightly where the coastline seems to be? Because, like I say, if
You
they
can
run
if you
themselves
want.
aground, they're out the fight completely.
Yeah.
That's fun.
Can we put sandbars in where there aren't to sort of direct them as well?
Yeah.
That'd be fun. Yes.
Okay.
And where do we want them?
Oh,
Like, do you want these part of the, do you want these mostly near the coastline and then the rest of it looking like it's formed, or do you want it to look like you've magically summoned like a thin sort of coastal shelf and then used booms and bits of debris and stuff to connect it? Either way, it's going to look like a barrier, but it's
Yeah.
like
I mean, moving the coastline, I think, is a separate thought to the barrier, isn't it?
yeah. We
Yeah.
can't actually make coastline look like it's not there, though, can we? We can't hide objects that are actually there.
so
no,
you
because we bring
can.
it out.
What you can do, you can't change.
No, we want to bring it backwards.
You
That was
can't.
what I was
Yeah,
saying.
that's the
So
point.
here's the thing: you cannot change the overall elevation of terrain significantly. This isn't the wording of the spell.
This might be
But
beyond it.
what you can't, so you can't make it look like the cliffs extend outwards in an impassable manner. What you could make it look like, because it says that you can make a pond look like a grassy meadow as a guidance. What you can do is you can make it look like a sandbank,
Make it look like
which
the
is
tide's in
quite
when it's
low
out.
to down.
Like make it look like
as
it came
extended
out of
out.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can make it so you could make it look as if at just about sea level there are now shallows that there were not before that you've raised through some sort of magic.
Would that be helpful for confusion?
Yeah. it would reduce the options of where they can go.
Exactly.
That's true. Okay, where do we want them to go? Where do we want these sandbags?
As you have currently dictated, whether this is through a mixture of sandbanks or booms and barriers, this basically does is it means that they will. I mean, strictly speaking, they could, because this is an illusion. But they, upon a glance, would be much less willing to travel in a straight line between their fortress and yours.
Yeah.
So, in order to approach your fortress, they will need to completely leave the outer range of their fortress's firing, which doesn't happen anyway because the gale. But they basically would be sailing in from the northeast. Normally, if this barrier is in the way, they have to sail around and approach from the northwest, which is the same direction that the Scarlet Winds will be arriving from.
I mean, at the very least, it slows them down.
It does.
They're
Takes
having to
longer.
take the long way around.
And if they actually do that, we could end up pincering them between us and the Scarlet Winds.
That's pretty nice.
If that actually happens.
Also, if they are going to
If
approach
the Scarlet Wind are coming from back, then they will be they'll be in between our two groups of ships.
if they're going to approach from the northeast, they're going to have to go through all of our ships before they even get to the harbour mouth.
Yeah. If we can.
I think that's good.
Yes.
Is anyone seeing anything really bad that I've missed?
I think what we're mainly thinking is that they'll dispel it relatively quickly. They'll get a mage near, and then that's it done.
It might take a little time.
Because dispels have not got a big old range. I've read
They
about
don't
it.
have a big range, and it is a big spell, so not every single common garden mage will be able to do it. So they'll have to get a specifically good mage within 30 feet, which isn't that easy.
It's all
doable, but it's not
dispels
easy.
It's all time they have to
120
spend
feet.
that we have.
Yeah.
Cool.
Counterspell is
I mean,
30.
Dispel is 120 feet is still
Yeah,
fuck all in a battle. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
I think normally it's 60, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But dispel is 120 feet. Third level spell. It's not that high a spell.
It's within
They'll
the
need to
range.
roll.
It's
This
within
is
the
a
ability of
7th
the
level
mage
spell.
spells.
Yeah.
But a 7th
Yeah,
level
they'd
spell
have to
does
roll.
require.
Yeah. That's kind of the point that I'm making.
Yeah.
There'll be certain people who will be really hard.
It means sending out a mage to within 120 feet. That is still a
Sending
risk.
out a good mage to within
Yeah.
120
Regardless,
feet as well,
they
you
will
know?
need to bring a ship close enough to investigate it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's whether they want to take that risk or not.
Yeah.
And when
This
they
is-
do come close enough to investigate it, they're within our range.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically.
What I will say is that for the purposes of the sandbank,
Yeah.
this is basically going to come down to a bullshit check from you. On you, it's a. I'm going to say that it's a reasonably high DC to make it look as if you have to make you appearing to cast Titanic, earth-changing magic believable. It's not as unbelievable if they weren't aware there was a sorcerer here. Which you could, by this point, news has travelled.
Everyone assumes everything's you.
Oh no, it's rude,
It's
isn't
not
it?
fucking you, is it?
I barely do anything, I'd say.
Titanic magic style magic has been cast here previously.
Helps the credibility, though.
But you will. But basically, yeah. Whether they are going to try and
Do you want
investigate
a
whether
cult?
it's an illusion.
I'd love I'd be so good at running a cult. Why doesn't everyone want me to have a cult?
It's going to come down to a performance check.
A cult?
Possibly.
Thank you, mysterious narrator who isn't here. Why am I still in character? No one knows. A question, folks. Seriously, where do we want the sandbank? Do we want it just outside the coastline a bit? What are we there?
We wanted to direct them.
Somewhere that is going to increase the chances of them running aground.
I'm going to say then.
I don't know that's going to...
All right. I'm going to say this has been a really long conversation. I'm going to say for the sake of cutting things short, I'm assuming from your discussion that the sandbanks and such form a part of this barrier.
Yeah.
And because fundamentally, you're not by putting additional sandbanks in other places at this point, you will not gain more tactical advantage.
It won't mechanically do
It's
it.
part of the
Mechanically.
wall. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
So you just extend out this sheltering harbour wall when you cast the spell. That would not be the case. I'm assuming that then you're waiting to cast the spell until until these these
and
chuckle fucks are sighted on the horizon.
Yeah, I mean, I'll cast it like on the ship when they're
Yeah.
sighted on the horizon. Yeah.
Okay,
Like, I'm not going to go somewhere and do it.
Yeah.
that's fine then. All right, so you and your fellowships lie in wait on the western side of the of this. These I've realised that
We
these
want to be like spread out a little bit more than that.
yeah,
don't
spread
we?
out slightly more than that. I realised that the positions I've made these tokens like slightly large, honestly,
It's okay.
for the actual size of them. But yeah, you're a bit more spread out than that.
And we were wanting to protect the fort, yeah?
Yeah.
So why
Yeah.
are we not at all in front of the fort?
So because in order to get close enough to the fort to attack it, basically you're not in front of the fort
Yeah.
yet, so that they can't attack you first. The moment they get in range of the fort, you will then be able to
Yeah.
pull out.
Yeah.
We also
That makes
want
sense.
the fort to be able to fight as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you will not be in position to attack the others. So this is going to. So we'll do this next bit a little narratively.
Mhm.
Amidst the howling gales and the driving hail, the dull greyish sky, clouds overhead, and the blue-black sky that you can just see between starts to give way to a thick red light. Red sky at morn, shepherds very much been warned. As the glim, ruddy eye of the sun pokes its way over the horizon to the east, you see through your spyglass in the distance more coming round the coastline than anything else, than over the horizon. That's mostly what's blocking your sight. The arrival of five ships. They fly the colours of the Royal Navy, and you see fourth rates, not dissimilar in size and armament to the Hesperidia or the Lantern. But they are clustered in a convoy surrounding and protecting a huge 100-gun ship, the HMS Integrity. The Integrity's deck is actually wider and longer even than such ships would have been on Earth around this time, because it supports a particularly extensive. I suppose it would actually be the forecastle that it would serve here, which you notice through your spyglass has modifications made to support space for up to 2 eagles to take off from at once.
Got a helipad.
And
It's
the
not a
main deck
helipad, basically.
has access to huge sort of like cargo doors, hatches opened up to reveal what indeed does appear to be a mobile aviary, a mobile eyrie down below. And yes, this is a carrier ship, and you do see in the distance some of the birds taking flight. They're pairs of halfling riders on them, being loading up with basically saddlebags of ammunition.
Yeah, that's the big fucker.
Right, time for a spell then.
Sky. On the other horizon, coming in, not much of a surprise, but less of a surprise. You've seen them approaching. There are 4 more ships coming, each of which bears crimson sails. However, it's hard. The seas are astonishingly choppy right now. it's getting hard to make out distance, even with the thick haze of the hail, and it's hard to say exactly how soon they're going to arrive. As these Orcyrian ships turn the corner, you begin casting your spell.
I have a little stern chat with the Rainbow Spirit before. I'm like, please stay underwater, please.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, please don't. Just for once, could you just slightly less bright? Just do the bright underwater so that they can't see, because it could actually get us killed if they see it happening. Please.
Can I come out at the end?
What do you mean at the end?
When I make everything appear.
I'd love to say yes, but I'd really rather you just down low for once. We're going to be really dramatic in the battle, I promise.
Can I make you shine a lot?
Yes.
Okay.
Loads, if you want.
Okay.
I love you, you're adorable.
You too.
Okay. So, yeah, I sort of gather it together and, like, rub my hands in it, and I kind of throw it into the water, and I figure it sort of spreads out like ink, like under the water, and travels.
Iridescent rainbow ink spreads out and goes under and along. You know that scene in, you know how in Moana there's like the sea has that like sort of glowy wave thing? It's that, but like in an absolutely not oil slicky way, just like a vibrant iridescent pulse of light passes out underneath the water, until it coalesces around the curved location edge of your of the range, or at least most of it does. A portion swirls off next to, not far from you, and instead goes onto land, where it begins hugging in a somewhat subdued but still iridescent manner.
Oh, there's only so subdued it will be. Let's be honest.
The outline of the battery, and you watch as the battery as a whole seems to just
Nice.
shift
I
about
think it walks.
50 feet off to the left.
I
Just
want
like,
it to walk.
okay, yeah. Parts of it, it's like the supporting buttresses pick up like legs and seem to
Hal's Moving Castle
Yeah.
kind of.
move what's about 8 steps for the fortress, but is probably closer to about 80 feet.
Yeah.
Just to one side. If you really focus, you can actually still see the real fortress, like there. You can tell that you can see the outline of something in the air, but your eye doesn't want to focus on it. It wants to slide off to one side.
Yeah. And we can probably see it because we know it's there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We know what to look for.
From the outside, though, it's quite the look for everyone watching. You can only imagine what this must be like if you're in the fortress watching this happen. Not least because you can see the refocusing illusion does some of it, but it does have the bizarre side effect that that one side of the fortress doesn't appear to have any gunners in it, although it does still have the cannons.
Yeah.
And the other side, you can just see more strongly the translucent and bewildered outline of a bunch of soldiers. Just like,
I mean, I assume they would have got a message or something.
Yeah.
you
But,
informed
like,
them what was
still,
happening.
yeah.
You informed them what was happening, and they
Still weird.
I mean,
Oh,
we
it's
could be
still
doing
weird,
it literally
yeah.
verbally during the
Yeah,
time we're
they-
doing
Oh,
it.
yeah.
they're like, you can see them like touching the actual location of their objects and like seem to like, you hear something like that you faintly hear over the wind as someone go, all right, we should all still work the same. It's the first time we've ever tried to load and aim a firearm blind.
The Rainbow Spirit gives them all reassuring pats on the way out.
Aww,
Pats for everyone.
that's adorable.
I'm sure it is in person. I'm sure it's mortifying, but
This, I will say, this is for as long as this illusion lasts. This does give you significant advantage.
yeah.
Please increase. I'm going to call this. This is partial, effectively half cover. So please increase its armor class to 20
Okay.
until such time as this illusion is dispelled or overcome in some significant way.
I'm sure it will be, but
Yeah.
again,
Hey,
time.
I'll take 20.
Yeah.
Third edition humor. Sorry. The in the distance, however, you see you aren't really able to. The pulse of light fades from you, but you watch as in what appears to be a titanic display, islands rise out of the water. Like shallow islands, kind of like sort of like those sort of patches, like on the edge of like Holland and so on, where it's just barely above the sea level. It's just sandbanks rising up, but into them, seeming to sprout out or anchor themselves, are pieces of debris, thick spikes with chains linking in the individual sandbanks that come up. Sections which are just like floating barrels of obvious pitch with small like lanterns sort of placed among them like booby traps that if they're broken the whole thing will set on fire.
Can I put some heads on pikes in there?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they're not creatures, so just about
dead
it.
heads, yeah.
In the way that we were able to create the creepy trees,
Yeah.
blurring that line, I'll say
Some
that.
like heads on sticks.
Yeah, there's like
here
heads
and
on pikes. If you got close enough to really inspect them, you'd probably see that, like, you might notice some flaws, but from a distance, they're pretty
It's
convincing.
like a repeating pattern of them using the same template.
There's actually like only 12 heads that you're using.
Palette swaps.
Yeah. Exactly.
Like if you got close, it'd be like one of those games where like
Like
you
the
know,
time I did seeming on a load of people,
Yeah,
and
just
like
like-
they were all sort of slightly the same.
yeah. However, the and I would actually like you to roll your performance check, please.
Wow.
For how convincing this
help.
is.
Is there anything we can do to help? Not really, is there?
Oh, that's fine. You don't need to. So that is maths. 31.
Oh!
Okay, you know,
Okay.
I put
Do
the
you think that's
D4 down.
Okay. So
I don't think the D4's
I
relevant.
rolled the insight check. I realised I forgot to do something. But as you're watching, you watch from in the distance the approaching flotilla of ships seem to buy this. They adjust course and begin moving around to the west, preparing to advance in from. You watch as they go, as they move, sail the long way around this sandbank
They're falling for it.
and
Good.
prepare to come in length. So that is, that's the maximum range that any of them. So I'm going to arrange these a little bit so that you can see their broad order of approach. So the two at the center of the formation, or rather say at the rear of the formation, flanked by the pair of transport ships, almost operating as like a little bit of an additional escort. You can see the three slowest moving ships: the HMS Integrity, the Elk, and the Filbert. Forming almost a little sort of wall ahead of them are the 5 ships of the line: the Aquila, the what do I call it? The Beta, the Chancer, and the Demise, preparing to move in and provide the main part of their attack. This, I'm going to say that they're going to get prepare to move into position, so they'll enter range first and begin firing, with the remaining ships arriving a little bit more slowly. Now, because of their respective speeds, which I do have in front of me, if I can just scroll down to them, Joy with keeping my stuff in line. Here we go. They're going in this 3-minute section. Okay. Gosh, they travel. The scale of this map is entertaining because I'm going to say it takes them 1, 2. Okay, so it takes them a little. By the time they get close enough to be in range, the land side of the fight has
One of those little
already
pushy sticks.
begun.
Okay.
So I'm going to say then during this whole so because you delayed them a good bunch getting into position, and these guys are going to move much slower. By the time we're actually going to start with the land fight.
Interesting. Okay.
Because
Okay.
it took because they're not able to get in any advance because you
Well,
you
let's move
really
these
gave them a good
into
long
position
time.
where we
Yeah.
actually wanted them then.
So yeah,
because I think we
if
discussed
you want to position those,
Yeah.
like these lot being.
I have a suggestion actually for the for Poppy and his lot. If they're melee, have them down with the militia.
I will say as well
True.
that Poppy actually sends a request that they really like that. It's going to be most useful for his plan if you can get him into the center of the action,
Okay.
Makes sense then.
into the very center of things.
So down here somewhere. In
Let's move
Um,
folks along a bit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
in the bow east.
Bow East. Yeah.
So you get him right into the center of it, which also puts one of your strongest units next to those. And yeah, you're evening out your
Yeah.
spread.
I mean,
Yeah.
basically.
where would we like? But I've just put them there
Oh.
arbitrarily, so by all
Yeah.
means move them.
Have the rifles further
I
in.
mean, like, should we spread these two out a little bit?
Yeah, we
Like
have
that?
the. You're looking at the cheat sheet here.
Do we have
the-
any idea of where they're coming across at this point? Or is...
Yeah, so you know that they're going to be coming across the river. Basically, will come in at the moment when they start trying to make landfalls. Their initial.
Yeah, I mean,
attack.
honestly, maybe we did have the right idea with them being like in a line along
Yeah.
the coast.
Is it as important to guard the stuff that's furthest away from the battery
Not
as much?
necessarily.
Whereas, because at the moment we've got gaps now down
Maybe
here.
we should bring these. Sorry, listeners, we'll explain what's happening properly. in a
I'll
minute.
give a description of how these are laid
Yeah,
out.
maybe
once
we
they're
should
played-
bring
once they've,
These two weaker ones
Position.
like up here. To
Yeah.
give
Yeah,
support.
so that's
So we have
two of our
of
militia.
the militia in.
who I have named
Upper
Gregor and
Harlots.
Hamza, which is nearly the same as Gregor Hamza from Metamorphosis, which is all I could think
La,
of
la, 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 la.
for some reason.
Captain Gregor,
I mean,
Captain
like
Hamza.
right next to each other, maybe not. But
Okay.
It's with an H instead of an S,
I
so
don't
it's not
know.
the same thing. It's fine.
And we have the goblins in Portland.
I mean, I feel like Poppy's now far away from
Yeah, Poppy needs to
everything.
be back in the middle.
Poppy needs to be over here somewhere. Maybe. I don't know.
Well, it's
Maybe-
where they were first
maybe
going to
at the
hit
front.
land.
Poppy
maybe
really
here.
That
wants
was
to
the
be at
thing.
the front lines.
Maybe
Yeah.
Poppy can be here.
Because they're melee
Yeah.
only.
What do I think?
And then others can support from neighbouring things.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
Okay, so we have
Maybe spread that one out a little bit.
yeah, 2 rifles in what is that? 5 friars.
Yeah.
Then another set of rifles in Bow West.
Worth putting one in Stitch further. It doesn't like it borders 2 at the front, so it can support from 2 places.
That's true, actually. Okay.
Also, if we've got any undead coming, that's a place where they're weaker.
Opening right here in front of the
No, it's a big old
battery is
problem.
like really worrying me. Should we
I will
move?
It's
say-
within the
I'm
battery's
gonna say
range of
that
fire.
So
See
that
Oh, true.
yeah, so they're not going to land there because the battery
because
can
the battery
shoot them.
will
Obliterate
fuck
them.
Literally
Yeah,
fuck 'em up.
cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so basically, what I'm reading here then is that your initial positions is you've elected to put your weaker with these. So you've got 2 of your stronger units in the sort of broad centre of the eastern
Yeah.
pillars. Poppy's the Sun Eaters are in Harlot with with one of your the bee rifles in Monk's Docks, and then they're flanked on either side, one sort of at a time, by the members of the militia. So you've got the rest of the militia on the front. You've kept almost in reserve your gangs and your two gangs and your remaining militia, your remaining rifles.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like you're kind of positioning them so that they can jump forward to reinforce wherever they decide
Yeah.
Agreed,
Yeah.
to land.
So they can be support.
We're not
Yeah.
putting them first in line for damage, but
No.
yeah.
Basically, so they'll come in to join accordingly.
Also, we're sort of basing this on the fact that they will be sending their rifles against us, but anyone who is firing firearms is going to be at disadvantage because of the weather,
Yeah.
whereas the melee people aren't.
So this.
I might regret naming all of these militia that are probably going to die.
Yeah.
Indeed,
Hooray.
I'm sure you will. Okay, so off the bat then.
Microphone is
Yeah,
way
microphone
down
is
here.
microphone's way down here. I am sort of talking towards it.
Okay.
But yes, apologies, listeners, for remember that. So I'm going to move some things to position. So starting with your thin. So yes, you, by which I mean collectively the militia council here, elect to keep a thinner smattering of defenders. Holding back your reserves to
Thin
see
green
where
black
they,
line.
indeed, to see where they land. The redcoats begin making their crossings via boat. It appears that they are. Sorry, give me a moment. They decide. Oh, and one last question: where do you? You've already assigned them for this round, so the Sunset Girls, until you say otherwise, are busy holding up the bear paws.
Let's leave
Good.
them there for
Yeah.
now.
Yeah.
So the bear
Sounds
paws
sensible.
are kind of stuck in Guernsey, unable to effectively move or attack during any of these rounds. Okay. The because you have elected to keep your ships in a defensive position, they don't interfere with the crossings directly. So
Not for the moment, at
everything
least. Yeah.
comes to a head as the redcoats choose their landing points. They're going to concentrate most of their attacks as close to the battery as they can land, actually. So they're going to go so they're going to have two sets of redcoats attacking. Sorry, did you have one in?
Yeah.
Yeah. They're going to have two sets of redcoats go straight for try to board in Upper Harlem. Harlot, even. Wrong universe.
Mm-hmm.
The two sets of the resurrectionists try to hit Kelsey.
Mm-hmm.
The two more of these redcoats are going to try and hit Harlot, its central Harlot, main Harlot itself, with one last set of redcoats hitting the monks' docks, while the four sets of artillery are just going to stay in.
Hang out.
They're staying in Guernsey, but they are firing and providing support. Since you see them coming and it's clear where they're going to be making their landing, you can move your reserves in to protect these four as you see fit.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you want to move those in position, because you can have two units, two units
units
defending,
per-
two units
Yeah.
attacking.
Per
It might be
neighbourhood.
worth moving Militia Egbert and Frank up because they're kind of
They are useless.
Yeah.
Right there.
Where
So-
should we put them?
if we move one of them, if we move them both up one, they can support from. Yeah, I mean that
There.
works too.
And then that
And-
one with
That can-
Poppy.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, if they've got time to move that far.
Can we move Frank, is it?
Yes, it's Frank.
Yeah.
Right.
Frank and Egbert.
Okay.
Yeah.
Frank Egbert.
So Egbert, Captain Egbert
Mhm.
of the militia, and Captain Brian of the rifles
just
are fighting
Just
together.
for in on this joke, we have little beads.
Oh,
that
yeah,
have
and they've got
letters.
So,
letters on.
so if you've seen the pictures attached, then I've used little beads as tokens
Little alphabet beads.
with little
Yeah.
alphabetical things on.
Yeah.
To help us.
So that we don't all kill ourselves trying to keep all of this in
trying
our
to
mind
keep all of this in
theatre.
our mind
Yeah.
theatre.
Normally we're pretty theatre of the mind on this podcast, but this is we'd all go insane.
There was
very
so
quickly.
many moving parts for this.
Yeah.
We'd need it. Yeah.
Geography.
Geography, indeed. So, so captains Gregory and was it Hubert?
Hamza.
And Hamza
Okay.
are a little alone there. Do you want to? Who do you want to bring in
I
to
think
support
because
them?
we can move in.
'Cause you can have two per territory.
Who's A? We could maybe move
Captain,
one of
Yep, one of the
Alfred.
Yeah.
Captain
Captain
Alfred.
Alfred of the rifles.
Okay. Can we move them all the way over to Upper Harlot?
Sure.
That might be worth it, yeah. Then we've
Also,
got like a
they're
big
defending
concentrated front.
with Harlot, and then you can fit one more in Kelsey, where Captain Gregory is. So, do you want to use one of your another of the
should we
rifles, or do you want to
put,
use one of the gangs?
Captain Dickhead
Yeah.
I think maybe Dickhead
Or
needs to
should
move
we
up.
put a gang there because it's the front? Like, should we put...
I think actually
these are the cutthroats.
yeah.
They could go forwards.
Yeah.
It
I
does
think,
put them in line of the artillery, though.
Does.
And they can support from where they are.
They can.
okay, possibly
But
then.
They can't support until they've landed, can they?
Yeah, until they've landed. But it does mean that they can't be hit by the artillery, so you can keep them in reserve.
Yeah.
They'll be
Better than to
True.
move one of the rifles up. So
Captain Dickhead.
okay.
Captain Dickhead goes
There aren't any D names.
There
Yeah.
are so many D
Yeah.
names.
There are none. Only Dickhead.
So
Captain Dickhead, who
Dickhead.
Captain Dickhead, who insists the Syrian
Dickhead, yeah.
commander insists that it's pronounced Dickhead.
Dickhead. I'm not hearing it. Dickhead.
No, it's Capitan Dickhead.
What does that mean in Sulian?
It means dickhead.
Does it mean
Cade.
Dickhead?
It is the one who plays dice. This Dickhead.
Oh,
Right.
right.
Okay. I'm so sorry if you're French. Like, fucking it. We've really taken it quite far with how much shit you've got if you're French and you listen to this podcast.
I'm just curious.
Does dickhead mean anything in French?
No, I want to know what the actual for someone who plays dice would be. It would just be joueur de dés. Probably horrendously mispronounced. Joueur de dés is dice player.
Lol, 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 lol. Well, in this universe, it's dickhead. That's how you say a person who plays dice in French. In Sulian.
Except that the Sicilian names themselves are like leftover names from when the language all got unified by Petrolaires, so like it's a fucking mess.
Right.
Either way, Capitan Dickhead will join Captain
Why are we
Brecker.
like this?
We are the worst.
We're all going to die
in
with these
Kelsey.
jokes.
Okay, so in which case then it's time to make some these attacks all happen simultaneously.
Oh god, it's starting. Fuck.
So I'm going to ask you to basically roll your attacks first. So if I can, so you got a choice. I'm basically going to we'll just target these units are currently all healthy and all equivalent. So can I ask? Let's go with the rifles, please. So
Okay. 2 lots of rifles.
A, B, Captain Alfred, Bestiary, and Dickhead are all in. Are all
No
in the
B
fight,
names
so-
either. Bestiary.
I was
Who
always
said
Brian.
named
Captain
Brian.
Brian.
We literally have Brian.
Alfred, Brian, and Dickhead. I've not written these down. I probably should.
We haven't decided one for C yet, but let's not get ahead of
You see,
ourselves.
I was worried us talking about these tokens wouldn't be fun to listen to. But I think it is. Even if
I'm
you have
having a
no
lovely
idea what's
time.
going on, I think this is
Yeah.
going to be fun.
So can you please roll 3 attacks for me, please?
3 attacks. Got it. Okay, first one. Okay, that is a 16.
Okay. 16.
Yeah, don't forget everybody's got +2 to their AC because we're in the city.
Ah, yes. Good to
I know
know.
that's not relevant for this second, but I realised that it would be very
No,
relevant
very,
to
very-
our cities.
very
yeah,
good, thank
that's
you.
fine. So, yeah, 16 hits.
Excellent. So shall I roll damage for that? Or shall I
Yes,
roll...
please
oh,
roll
right,
damage.
Okay.
So, and this
Dun, 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 dun.
3 damage.
Hooray!
On the ice cream die.
Woo,
Yes.
ice cream
On
dice.
2 ice cream dice.
Yes,
actually.
indeed.
Yeah.
I use the
The
Minchok to
favourite
roll to hit and
Yeah.
the Neapolitan to roll the damage.
Nice. Okay, so that's to V, and that was 3 damage, was it?
Yes.
Cool. Awesome. All right, so carry on with the next 2 attacks, please.
Okay, second attack. That is going to be a 15 to hit.
That just manages to do damage, so please roll.
Okay.
Oh boy, they've got higher AC than. Oh,
That's only 1 damage.
Okay, so V and units V and X for the purposes of this takes
Victor.
Victor and
X-ray.
Javier
Javier,
both take like so as gunfire is exchanged, they're trying to make their way overland. Did you roll for the third?
No, I'm about to do that now. Third one.
Dun, 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 dun.
Oh no, that's a 9.
Sorry, that was actually to T. Yeah, so the exchange is inconclusive on that front. Okay, next up, it's basically all the militia.
Hooray!
Okay.
Egbert.
Yeah.
Egbert has rolled terribly. That's a whole 10.
Well done, Egbert.
Okay.
You tried really hard.
They trying to hold back the advance, but not terribly successful.
Meanwhile, Frank has rolled a 12.
Fucking hell, Frank.
Cool. No, it's not looking great. Don't forget to add your pluses.
Yeah, I am. I'm adding a 4 to a 4, and that's a whole 8.
Jesus.
Okay.
Well done, Gregor.
Oh, Gregor.
And Ham. Oh, wow, you've rolled a 13. Great job.
Despite their best efforts, the defending militia are struggling under the high wind
They
conditions.
only get +4. They're not very good.
They didn't have the rifles. And finally, can I ask this would be the Sun Eaters
Yeah.
Yeah,
to
that's
make
me.
their attack,
Yeah, it
please.
is.
Dun, dun, dun. Oh, let's do the shiny dice for them.
Oh,
I mean, 28, is that
Yes!
Yes, that is enough. Please roll damage.
They're not high
D4.
damaging.
yeah, but if you don't hit, you don't get damage. So, oh, 1. Who are they attacking? I'm just keeping track.
I think Javier, right?
Yeah, probably.
Good to know.
Okay, so how much of that was that? 1?
1.
1 damage. Cool.
1 damage.
All right.
Oh, good news, folks. It's past midnight. Jason's allowed to do a TPK now.
Oh, great!
I will actually say that they probably focus their attack. They probably would actually focus their attack not on Javier but on Captain Victor because V's already taken some damage.
Fair.
All right.
There. So, okay. So that being the case, now all of these fuckers are going to try and attack you. So let's
Might move some
quickly.
scarier people forwards next round so that we have a higher chance of hitting.
Gonna roll these.
But if they make it onto the beach, then the people who are a bit further back
Can
can also
hit
hit
anyway,
in
yeah.
anyway.
Gonna roll these in reverse, just quickly, with disadvantage to everyone. So Reclamation Corps attacks first.
You have to say who everybody's attacking so we can keep track of
Yeah.
our own folks.
Yep. So these are attacks. So this is attacking. Okay. So attacking Captain Gregor. That is no. That was an 11.
Haha!
Captain Decade, however, is definitely hit.
Dickhead, no!
With 22.
Oh dear.
Captain Decade
Literally so many teenagers
takes
in the
2
world.
points of
So
damage.
many.
Okay.
From
I know so
members of
many.
the Reclamation Corps, which I believe are Y and Z. I'll just make a note of which units they're on.
We have so many Davids in our lives.
It's so many.
And
Literally.
Daniels.
Yeah.
I lived with
Dave.
2 at once.
Everyone knows a Dave.
No.
At least one.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No. So this is 20 for you. Misses. V does. It hits with a dirty 20, and this is against Captain. Sorry, W even is against Captain Hamza for
no.
6 points.
Hamza's dead.
Hamza is
no.
completely
Like dead?
dead.
I feel very strange about that because the one person I've known called Hamza was a kid at the special needs
Oh,
school
no, I'm
I
so
worked for,
sorry.
So now he's dead.
Okay.
He was adorable.
He only had 5 hit points.
So descriptively,
That's
as this is happening,
plausible.
the first beachhead is made as these. As Captain Hamza's militia
So he's gone.
unable to land, successfully land, to hold back these force led by Captain Williams, but who you all can call Captain Wanker if you so
Captain
wish.
Wanker.
Yeah.
That's
is
his name.
successfully able to claim a pier.
It's different in Orcyrian.
The
Yeah.
Captain Wanker.
Vanka.
Vanka. Captain
Which
Vanka.
is really confusing when we've got another V.
We'll have to kill V. That's the solution.
Captain
here.
Vanka. Vanka's forces successfully managed to take a beachhead. It's hard to tell. Like, although some of Captain, the real problem is that poor Captain Hamza is killed quickly and violently enough that the rest of his soldiers just drop their weapons and scatter. It's as much a damage, as much morale as anything else.
Yeah.
It should have been dickhead.
It should have been dickhead.
The Captain Hamza's forces were part of the exhausted group.
I know.
Poor
over there.
Hamza.
I know. I have guilt.
Okay, so the next two are going to make their attack. Nope, complete failure. And no, even with a +7, they're not able. At this moment, at least, the Sun Eaters seem to be successfully holding their own. With Captain Freddy against the Frank against the assaulting forces.
Castle is currently have an AC of 17. So.
Yeah. Similarly, Brian and Edward, whatever
Egbert
are successfully. Yeah, you got to tell me these because I'm not written them down. Are able to hold their own against.
I feel like Egbert's the family name, though.
Yeah.
It's Edwina. Edwina Egbert.
Lovely.
To come over because a beachhead has been taken. I'm going to say that the Uniform Company are able to also get on land there, so they won't have disadvantage on their attacks.
Oh, what would that be, Captain
Because
Utrecht?
Yeah, Captain Utrecht. In addition,
That's
however,
urinary tract infection.
the artillery are able to take some
They're
shots.
shelling their own men.
So
Depends where they go.
Depends where they go. So they're able to get they are able to take some pot shots against your targets. They're gonna go mostly. Where can they hit weakest? They're gonna try and take out the militia as much as possible. But at least one set of them will attack the Sun Eaters for narrative reasons. So I'm going to say they're going to concentrate their. They already decided that they would concentrate their fire on Gregor, Dickhead, Frank, and the
Egbert?
no, actually, and
Sun
Sun
Eaters.
Eaters.
Oh, right, yeah, sorry.
So they are attacking with disadvantage. So Gregor, that's a. What did I actually give the artilleries here? I wrote them down and then suddenly
I was
vanished.
past zero.
Spinning plates.
So
Spinning
many
all the
spinning plates is +6 for the
Oh
artillery.
no.
No, that was an 11. So
That misses.
So that
Phew.
doesn't manage to hit them.
Nope.
Second shot, however, is okay. That's a 12 to hit Dickhead's forces. They are in defense. They are in cover.
Okay,
So
yeah, so
+2.
that would be a 14, so...
So no,
Not
Okay,
quite.
so I need a 14 to hit them. Against Captain
that's
Frank,
Frank!
that is
No!
like a natural 17 with
Boo!
that.
Yeah.
So they don't do. I believe they don't do quite as much damage because they are attacking. Because there are relatively less of them. It's just their main advantage is that they can attack from a distance. Yeah, because they're not using canister shot, which allows them to do extra damage, but with friendly fire. They're using round shot, so they do 4 points of damage to Captain Frank though.
Ouch.
As the shots do, although they are shooting through the heavy wind, they contribute enough that they managed to collapse a building on several on our squad. So
I
two
want to
squads of the
swap Frank
defenders.
out.
Yeah,
Indeed.
for context, listeners, the highest and fanciest of our forces have like 12 hit points.
Yeah.
Frank
I mean,
has 7.
the Sun Eaters have 17. They're our
Yeah.
highest.
Yeah,
Most
Frank
of
had
them
7.
have- yeah, not many.
Frank now has 3.
So 4's quite a lot in this context.
Yeah.
Indeed. There is, however, against the Sun Eaters, they only did manage a 13. But the important thing is that the Sun Eaters are being shelled, and as the fighting is continuing, as you can see from your position on the Kraken's Bane, the other ships are now pulling into position close enough that soon the first exchanges of broadsides are going to be happening. Your ships prepared. I'm going to slightly take a narrative liberty for the purpose of this and say they prepare to get into position to make their own exchanges of fire against
As they would,
the approaching enemy, forming up their battle lines. When I'm going to say like a 3 or 4 minutes before the contact is due, you get you see one of the imps that you from before. I'm going to say Kepri flutters over with scarab-like wings in a panic.
Oh fuck! What is it?
Yeah. So the boss is doing his thing, and there's a lot more, and he's kind of vulnerable at the moment, and it looks like they've noticed. Those cannons are turning on us, and there's more, and the fuckers in the next war they've just made beachhead. We'd really appreciate your help in making sure we can keep him alive until he finishes the transformation.
Right.
Right.
How can we do that?
You see, I'm going to say 4 more imps decloak next to him from invisibility. It's like, listen, this ain't gonna be easy, but 5 more imps decloak, armpit each. We can
Gross.
try and get you
Yeah.
some distance.
You know, that'd be
closer.
lovely. We really can't afford the spells to do it any other way. So, if we took out the artillery, would that help? Would that do something?
We can get you back to the boss, and from there it's we'll decide.
Yeah,
Right.
like
So the boss
if we
is with
can't
the
go
Sun
to the
Eaters right
artillery
now.
that's within range of the fallen.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
We'll be shot out the
We'll
air.
be fucked. Yeah. Let's go there. Great.
Okay, so
That sounds horrible.
as the two
Dropping into a war zone. Yay!
as the imps pick you up and give you their best attempt, surely aided by some additional magic, to it's short. It's not. They're not flying you the whole way because you can see they're having trouble keeping together in this mad air. But what they can do is get you up onto rooftops, and then at that point there is much holding on to you as you struggle and run over,
Okay.
as they give you like aid jumping over. Just saying, for the purposes of narratives, I'm not penalising you travelling to this battle location.
Love you.
You are able to scamper from the battery over towards Harlot, where you begin to see, amidst gunfire and cannon shot, the troubled apotheosis of Apophis. And that is where we're going to come back after these, no doubt important, messages. Join the Cult of Apophis, and you can get such benefits as trendy snakeskin jackets, victory in battle, liking, rating, sharing, and subscribing to Flintlocks and Fireballs, and a one-off offer on out-of-season eclipses. The Cult of Apophis, because why seize the day when you can eat the sun? And welcome back. So alas, poor Hamza. Well, if you're not tired, well, all I'll say is there's going to be some A, B, C, D names in this fight as well, but don't bother remembering them.
Just pay attention to the letters, not the names.
They're not gonna persist beyond this encounter. Whether it's because they live or not is a different matter. But I need to. It's focused to this. So
more to the point, you scramble over the rooftops of Harlot and are greeted by a sight on the docks. It appears, looking down, that the horde of demons, the Sun Eaters, have almost formed a bit of a sort of schiltrom, a defensive ring around their leader. They're not like all neatly bunched into one position, but rather there are a great deal of, they're using cover, shattered crates, overturned wagons and such, and for cover, or fighting right at the edges of the piers, trying to hold back the literally hundreds of redcoats trying to complete the passage.
Oh dear.
You can see that the redcoats are busy. Those who aren't rowing are exchanging fire. Others are trying to scramble onto the piers, and in particular, 8 squadrons of redcoats are paying particular focus right now. There are many more squadrons, but they are busy either fighting members of Captain Frank's militia group or engaged with the mess of Sun Eaters in general. Notably absent from the direct fighting, however, is Poppy. You've seen Poppy's battle form before, and you see it now. That of a gigantic black and mottled gold serpent. However, rather than thrashing his tail to smash boats into the ground, or just reaching down and biting the heads and often just complete torsos of redcoats off, Poppy is in the centre of all this, engaged in a sort of strange, rippling undulation. You can see it's almost like his flesh is fighting against him, and there are it's like, you know how in cartoons you see someone like super intense, their veins stand out on their head. It's like that, except that it's across his whole body, and you can see like nodules of something rippling upwards towards his eyes, which are now which are burning with dual red vortices of light.
He's about to go Super Saiyan.
Very much so. You and the three of you find yourselves on a low to the ground rooftop, about 40 feet behind Poppy, to the south of him, and broadly 40 feet or so to the northeast, if you're coming from the south, broadly to the northeast and west, about 40 feet, are scattered around 8 platoons of soldiers, each intact platoon, or at least one led by their sergeants, you can see from their distinctive rank markings, are able to coordinate barrages, arrange shots on Poppy or otherwise. As you see this, Kepri quickly fills you in. Okay, so the boss is about to do his big old miracle, and we need to stop them killing him before he can do that. Otherwise,
miracle. Got it.
There'll be a miracle, but we're going to have to start sacrificing these bodies to keep him intact long enough to do it.
Shit,
Right,
that's
that's
quite
quite bad. We could do with you.
Right.
DM, my darling.
Yes.
When you said 40 feet, like are they 40 feet away from us?
So I will
Or
say
like,
that
how does
most
that,
of the
how does that work?
allowing for a little Pythagoras,
Yeah.
all of these units are between. I'm going to describe their arrangement. Are between 80 and 60 feet from you,
Okay.
Shit.
but they're all within 40 feet of Poppy, and they are spread out in every direction. So from the north, 4 units, which I'm going to call A, B, C, and D, are busy, are on boats, trying to get on the piers, but they've noticed Poppy, and they're clearly keen to stop what's happening, unless they are otherwise distracted. There are 2 units, E and F, that are coming from the sort of northwest. They've managed to get their feet on the jetties, but are still in the process of disembarking. And, this is from the east, I should say. The eat, shredded wheat. And from the west, 2 more platoons, which I'm going to call G and H unit, are coming in from the neighbouring Upper Harlot, where Captain Vanker has successfully managed to make landfall. So they're coming in from one side.
Okay.
I'm going to be a little bit more on the nose than usual. Say that Poppy has 200 hit points left. He has already taken damage.
Okay.
Damage. You suspect he probably had double this number of hit points originally.
Oh boy.
He's looking pretty bad.
Okay.
So he's moderately wounded, but not quite seriously wounded. You can see that there are bullet holes. He's clearly been hit by a cannon at one point, and where the tears have happened, you can see something vaguely spiritual and dark starting to leak out.
Okay.
There are 5 rounds until Poppy completes his ascension. If you can stop him hitting 0 hit points, one way or another, before those 5 rounds are complete, then the Sun Eaters will not need to sacrifice themselves to complete Poppy's ascension.
Okay.
How many troops can one get within a 10-foot radius sphere? Is that worth doing in this situation? I'm trying to figure out scale.
Within a single 10-foot radius sphere, because they're all quite spread out, at this point, you can get an entire platoon in one 10-foot radius sphere, because they're all they have to be close together to rank 5.
And how many platoons are there?
There are 8 platoons total, so this is going to be a bit of a... Yes, this is a... Now, it's... the platoons will... you don't know for certain that the platoons are all going to target Poppy. I mean, they will probably if you do not intervene in any way. But the conditions are... but such are the conditions. When you're ready to go as well, I will also ask you to roll into initiative for the 3 of you.
How about a 30-foot radius sphere?
30-foot
Sorry,
radius...
my questions are endless, I apologise.
No, that's fine. A 30-foot radius sphere, I will say there is a point where 3 of them are close enough that you could get 3 of those platoons within a single 30-foot radius sphere.
But they're quite far away. So
that is the ones that are 80 feet away. So if you are able to get close enough... Depends, does the 30-foot radius sphere have to...
it has to be from me,
from
one,
you.
yeah.
I would say then, into allowing for your movement, if you were to run up, jump off the roof and scramble, you could get either E and F or G and H within a 30-foot sphere coming from you.
Them's are not the letters we're using for the opponents, and you're confusing me. I'm really sorry.
Sorry.
E and F are ours.
Yeah.
Sorry. So ignore these larger things.
Okay.
So this is ignore the grand scale.
Right. Yeah.
There are 8 platoons of a dozen soldiers.
Yeah.
Which I'm calling, let's make this easier, and I'll call them 1, 2, 3.
Can we not call them the same thing, please?
That's fine. I'm going to call them 1, 2, 3, 4.
That I can do. Cool.
Yeah,
Let's do
5,
numbers.
6, 7, and 8.
Yeah.
So
let's make that a rule. On small scales, we do numbers.
Yeah.
That's
Because
helpful.
that helps my brain a little bit. Yeah.
that's fine. So
That is the first time I've been confused during this, which I think speaks volumes to the level of your prep, love, to be honest.
That's
Indeed.
right. In which case, then, to clarify, I'll say that from the north, kind of boarding in the process of trying to get onto the platforms, the piers are companies 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Mm-hmm.
Platoon 5 and 6 are coming from the east. platoon 7 and 8 are coming through the streets from the west.
Cool.
You could get 5 and 6 or 7 and 8.
Which ones are nearer to Poppy?
They are currently all 40 foot from Poppy, so like they're like, or at least they will be at the point when they act.
Okay.
So they're all within range, allowing for the storms and everything to try and barrage Poppy.
Okay.
Unless something distracts them or otherwise draws their attention.
All right.
Got it.
From our current vantage point,
Yeah.
if I were to use my sling staff,
Yeah.
would I have the range to lob a bomb into the boats approaching?
What's the range? What's the normal range of your sling stuff?
The normal range of the sling staff, I believe, is... One sec. It's 30-90, I think.
Yeah, you could definitely with disadvantage. I mean,
Yeah.
you'd have disadvantage even at short range right now because of the
Precisely.
astonishing gale.
Well, I was thinking it's probably better to start out with that than the gunpowder weapons, which definitely will be at a disadvantage.
I mean,
regardless.
everything in this range, every ranged weapon is at disadvantage.
Fair enough.
But yes, you could try and lob a bomb. It will depend on your ability to sink the boat. I will also note that you can easily identify the individual sergeants in charge of each platoon because they are very prominent. They wear distinctive clothing.
Yeah.
They've got fancy hats, basically.
Yeah.
Shoot platoon here.
I want to get one of those hats.
I wouldn't mind one of those hats if I'm
We
honest.
look good in the fancy
We would.
hats.
Yeah.
See if we can get Poppy
Orson
one.
gets a hat. Where the fuck don't we get hats?
I know, where's our hats?
Anyway, life
I mean,
and death
A
battle.
fine
did get
cocked
a good
hat
birthday
and a
hat.
scarlet coat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice.
Okay. I think I have some vague idea what
Cool.
I'm doing as everybody
I'm
else
going to
did.
get all to roll
After the battle,
initiative,
shackles
Yeah.
for everyone.
I mean, but when it comes around to my turn, I'm going to be asking about 20-foot radius spheres because I am a sorcerer.
That's sad.
Ooh.
Sad initiative.
I
roll for
doubt
me.
it's sadder than mine.
7.
6.
Wow. We're close.
Yeah.
17.
Oh, I'm glad someone's on it.
I'm glad someone
We're
got
looking
over
at
a 10.
hats.
We're too busy talking about hats and we're like, oh shit.
Alright,
Okay,
it's a battle.
so,
No, I know what I'm
Stupid
doing.
fuckers.
Corzin, you so to begin at the start of this, all three of you are kind of clustered together on top of this low rooftop where you can get a view of the battlefield
Right.
of the combat. So it's so your movement is up to you as well.
Okay.
So yeah, what would you like to do, Corzin?
Okay, I'm going to start off with attempting to sling 2 bombs into 2 of the approaching boats.
Okay. Your boat options are 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Okay.
Make your choices.
I will start with 1 and 2.
Okay.
Right,
Yeah,
now
I guess these
people
are
have just attacked,
yeah these
actually.
these
Yeah,
are
I'm
just straight up attack rolls for you to see if you get them on
Okay.
the target.
Disadvantage because of the range.
You're
but-
slinging bombs, aren't you?
Yeah, bombs. But, I mean, would I be using these slings to hit
Yeah, because it's
Right.
the extreme range.
with disadvantage then? That's a 13.
Okay. The boats are not terribly hard to hit, so that's one. So you hit the boat that platoon 1 is in.
Okay.
Can you give me another attack for platoon 2, please?
Yep. Okay, that's a 14.
Oh. You're good at slings. Look at you go.
Well, it's a
Dexy.
ranged weapon.
Yeah.
I have
But
proficiency, halfling.
fine.
Yeah.
Can you roll me twice,
If you look at your
please?
spell attack modifier,
please let
it's
me know.
the same.
I believe it's 3d6 per bomb.
Yep.
So roll for the first boat.
First boat. Okay, that is 6.
Okay, so you do 12 points.
Seven.
Of,
7, sorry. Yeah.
you do 14 points of damage to the to boat 1. So as the bomb goes off, it doesn't. It's not enough to kill any of the soldiers outright, but you do see the boat start to take some water. It's not enough to sink it out in a single shot.
Okay.
Not with that roll. And then your second one.
Second one.
Ooh, better.
That's better. That's 14.
Okay, which doubled because these boats are vulnerable to fire. Does 28 damage. That is enough. You manage to hit it right in the center with a blast. You actually break off the prow of this rowboat, just hitting some sort of weak point, and it starts to sink. The platoon struggling moves to just try and survive. Their powder is immediately wet.
Yeah.
They are struggling just to stay afloat and out of the fight.
Oh, any of them still alive or swimming home?
Yeah.
Right. I do have one last attack, so I might as well go for platoon number 3.
Okay.
Do it.
Okay, that is a 22.
That definitely hits. Roll damage again, 3d6.
You're doing a good round.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, that is 15.
Okay, which doubles to 30. Again, with boat 3 is sunk at the harbour just before any of them can manage to take purchase.
Right, I'm going to use my movement to
yes.
get off the roof.
Okay.
So 2 and 3 are sunk.
Yeah.
2 and 3 are sunk. Do you want to
Help me
move?
keep track.
Yeah.
Good.
Do you want to move east or west, or forwards? Like where do you want to head?
Forwards.
Okay. Do you want to sort of next to Poppy or?
Yeah, I'm going to try and get myself within. I mean, how close to Poppy can I get?
You can get with your 25 foot of movement. He's 40 feet away, so you can get 15 feet from her.
Yeah, do it.
Cool.
Yep.
So let me just Corzin a little bit closer. Okay. The remaining. Okay. No one else got above a 10, which means that the platoons are now going to.
We rolled badly.
Since you've taken out 2 of these, I'm going to say platoon 1's boat continues going. Corzin has drawn the ire of definitely platoon 1. I'm going to roll to see how many of those additional platoons. Okay. And I'm going to say platoon 7 coming in from the side streets also notice Corzin.
Stick and move.
Yeah. Let's see if the pair of you have not yet come into focus because you haven't acted yet. So the other 4 units are going to try and fire on Poppy instead, which means that Poppy is going to need to roll some dex checks. And actually, you're going to need to roll 2 dex checks as well because the soldiers from platoon 1 was like, ready, aim, fire!
Okay.
And from platoon 7 do the same.
Okay, my 2 dex checks were 23 and 27.
Okay, you succeed on both of those.
If bending luck might help Poppy, let me know.
Okay, well, bending luck might help Poppy with one of those.
I will do it. I can only do one, so
Okay.
let's try and help Poppy. That's adding a 4.
Okay,
to
that
Poppy's
does help
roll.
him with one of those, which takes him from failing 3 of those to failing 2 of those.
Poppy!
Poppy is in the process
He's a
rolled
big
some
snake boy.
real bad rolls there.
Sneaky boy.
I'm going to use a dice roll for this.
Oh no.
Sad sneaky boy.
Okay, so the first.
I've been in person in a really long time. Sorry. Sounding me weird.
That was 12, and the last one, which was a failure. Okay, so there is Poppy does take quite a few hits, unfortunately, from multiple barrages. You see that he actually loses a total of 355.
Jesus.
69 hit points because most
Nice.
because most of the focus was still on him putting him
Christ,
out.
we need to not let that happen again.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
However,
He had 200.
Corzin,
Yeah, that can't happen many more times.
you avoid the worst of both
Okay,
shots. Do you have evasion as a skill? Like you that's a rogue ability more than anything.
Yeah, but hang on.
Do you get evasion, which lets you just like if you succeed in a dex save?
I do not have that, no.
Cool. I
unfortunately.
wasn't sure if high level rangers get that or not.
Yeah. Some do, but I don't think I'm the type that does.
Cool, that is fine. So, 12 and 15. You take a total of 27 points of
Okay.
percussive damage because you made both of your saves.
Okay. Good to know.
They being hit just by a barrage of bullets. It's pretty hard to evade. That brings us to as the bullets rip through Poppy. You see his flesh try to knit up in places, but in others, strange black and red streams of spirit-like essence begin peeling out. Celestia.
Are there any of the remaining units that are particularly closer to him than any others, or are they all much of a muchness?
Much of a muchness. They now that they're at the sort of minimum range to actually fire on him in this weather.
Yeah.
So they're just going to stay there. But
So with a 30-foot radius, you said I could probably hit 2 units?
yeah, you could hit
Yeah.
7 and 8 or 5 and 6. This
Arbitrarily go for 5 and 6.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm gonna run forwards and swing the electric guitar up over my head with a smack it on the ground, and I'm gonna do a destructive wave. So big rainbow
Nice.
cracks explode out everywhere.
Cool. Can you roll the damage first, please?
Yeah, so I will do thunder first.
Yeah.
Because, like, again, arbitrarily, but
Makes
they are
sense.
different damages, so. It's not bad. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 17.
Nice.
So 17 thunder,
Yeah.
and 7, 8, 9, 10. 15 necrotic. Sorry, I forgot how to add.
That's right. So your total is 32.
Yeah.
Nice.
Let me just check, because if that is higher than... Yeah, that is more than double the total hit points of the musketmen, of the redcoats, like the average redcoat. So it doesn't matter if they save or not.
Yeah. It is one of those, like, everyone I choose within
Yeah.
that radius
Yeah.
as well.
So as
it's-
you smack the guitar, a lancing, multicolored stream, lightning-like streams riddle through the air, and indeed through the redcoats. The two sets of platoons on the process of boarding jerk in place and fall multiple holes just lance through their body.
Nice.
So
into
5
the
and
water.
6 are
5 and
fucked.
6 are out.
Okay.
At this point, there are now 4 units left in the fight.
Poppy just had to make a load of saves, didn't he?
Yeah.
I'm gonna turn around and just go, like, do a little like chest
Yeah.
slap at him
Mhm.
and give him inspiration.
You're a
because
snake!
that could actually.
Yeah,
That's a snake. And yeah, just with the rainbow flowing out of my eyes and shit from the destructive wave, look impressive. And yeah, I'm gonna give him inspiration because that could actually give him a save that he needs. So yeah, that lasts 10 minutes if that means anything in this battle too.
All right.
And then I'm gonna try. If I've got any movement, I'll try and like move back a bit. But if I don't, I'll stay
so
there
it
and
took
get
your whole.
barraged.
It kind of took your whole movement
Barraged
to get
it
to
is lovely.
there.
I've only got 3 units left though. In good news,
Yeah.
like something else
4
is coming.
4 units.
4
I think.
units.
4. So yes, there's
1,
number
4,
1.
7, 8. One's
No, I
boat
literally
didn't
was
get
just
sunk.
looking at
Yeah.
the one end and didn't
Yeah.
look at
Yeah.
one. So yep,
One's boat did not get sunk.
it
Which
is
brings-
damaged though.
Yeah.
Yes. Brings us to Scamp. By the way, Scamp, I forgot to discharge this at any point up until now, so please roll a D100.
Yeah, I was wondering about. I didn't dare ask whether it had been gone. 82.
82. So, as you are now the only person perched atop the rooftop,
Might be a good
you
thing.
feel a burst
Ah.
of energy fill through you. You can take one action immediately.
Great.
Additional action.
Oh.
That's
That's
kind of
pretty
cool.
good.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll do what I was going to do before
Yeah.
with
you
my
can't
action.
move. You just have to. But you have to take it.
Are 7 and 8 within a 20-foot radius sphere?
I will say that 7 and 8 are close enough to be hit within a 20-foot radius. Yes.
Well, there's going to be a little bit of a fireball then,
Excellent.
because
Okay.
why not?
Roll
Roll some d6s.
One of
I'll
first
do it on
times,
D&D Beyond. I
uh,
haven't got
Flintlocks
all my
and
dice
Fireballs.
with me.
Yeah, roll
Yes!
the damage, and we'll see whether they can survive it, even if they fail or not.
Flintlocks and fireballs are
It-
present
That's
at the same time.
Cast
Yes.
the fireball. Roll the dice. That is 30.
Nice.
That is above the hit point. So that is more than twice the hit points of the average member of the groups. So I will say, yeah, immediately a pea of flames shoots out and blossoms into an incandescent inferno, consuming both 7 and 8.
Two left.
Of
We're
the
doing
damage.
well.
Nice.
Leaving 1 and 4, who are actually, to their credit at least, pretty spread out under the circumstances.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The boat's already taken some damage,
Yeah.
One
hasn't
is
it?
already
Yes.
a bit
One.
damaged.
Are they
Yeah.
still in a point where if the boat was taken out, it would disable the thing, or have they
yeah,
reached?
one has not yet finished disembarking.
So if I took the boat out, it would.
Yeah.
Yes.
Cool. Well, like I've just chucked some fire, so I've got to get a bit more of that fire and just chuck it at the boat as
Okay.
but just do a like what the other one is, firebolt instead.
Okay.
Sure.
So
You are,
big old ball of fire and then a little one that I'm just going to chuck at the boat.
It's a ranged spell attacks are without disadvantage. So go. So make an attack roll, please.
Oh dear.
One.
There's a 15 to hit the boat.
That does hit the boat. Roll damage.
Should be 3 of these at this point. Okay. So 20.
Nice.
Okay,
Nice.
that is
That's
enough.
pretty
The
good.
boat.
For a cantrip.
Yeah.
That's not terrible at all.
Level 14. I did also roll one of the d10s as a 10.
The boat, the flames hit the boat, and the little goblet of fire hits the boat and just blossoms, consuming the rowboat. The inhabitants, rather than face the potential fate they've just seen 2 other companies hit, dive for the water and safety immediately, leaving only 4th company still intact.
Do we just try and get rid of them? Because I only have one area of effect spell. If I want to hit multiple people.
I mean, can you do that in this round?
Yeah.
Well, you've got an extra.
Cool.
You can
I got
spend
because I got the extra.
Yes.
I
I mean,
could spend the
if you
sorcery
can.
points.
Oh,
just
yeah.
bonus round them.
Right, how much is it going to cost me to quicken? I always forget how much quicken is. It's only 2
Maybe it's
sorcery
2.
points. Yeah, I'll fuck it. I'll quicken a fireball and just go. Ah, this feels a little repetitive, but never mind. Have another one of these.
It's
Fireballing.
effective.
you-
Don't complain.
Okay, so you're fireballing.
Yeah.
The last
You
one.
The last one.
roll damage. And
Because
again,
it's a whole group. I can't just take out
Yeah.
the boat. There's a lot of 6s in there. That's 39.
okay. I mean,
Whoa.
yeah, this
1, 2,
group
3,
doesn't
4,
even
5.
have a chance
5
to.
sixes.
You do set the boat on fire. They don't even have a chance to flee. The explosion hurls their flaming, charred carcasses out of the boat, and the water does put them out.
Well,
but,
now I feel bad. Look, the other
but by
one had
that
an injured
point-
boat already.
but by that point, it's too late for them.
Cloudy with a chance of redcoats.
Grim.
Oh, awful. Really, really bad.
The last thing that happens is the last thing that's going to happen this round, however, is 2 things happen at once. Because it's the end of this round. And I'm going to say, for the sake of drama, this is probably going to finish this because you've taken out all of those obstacles.
good.
Yeah.
It was a really
Surprising.
solid
Like that was
first
a
round.
round.
We also all rolled very well.
Yeah.
First of all, I
Lucky
need
That's some
rolls.
good damage there.
Yeah.
Everyone to give me 2 dex
Yeah.
saves, please.
As the
Sure.
fucking eagles
As with a
arrive.
distant sound, a series of cannonballs rip
Oh, no.
into the area.
Double 22.
That's a 5 and a 16.
Hang on. I can't do maths.
Fail the first, succeed the
Okay,
second,
so-
succeed both.
16 and 19.
Succeed both. Okay, so
I'm in trouble.
two different things happen then. The first, you get hit by the first one harder, I'm afraid, as the first thing, the first strike to happen is the blast of cannonballs. You both of you, Corzin and Celestia, dive out of the way, but the spray of debris does still get you. Celestia, you're actually trapped momentarily under a falling, just like a section of brick knocked out. Like you pull yourself back up, but it leaves a heavy gash in your arm as both of you take 24
I'm in
points
trouble.
of damage. You get hit by a cannonball,
Again.
smacked into a wall. Two of your ribs break.
Ow.
You take 49 points of damage. And it's at that point that you all hear sounds. Peering up, you see a wing of about, you can see at this point 6 figures from above sailing past, flying by pretty high up above, dropping a cargo not of bombs, but instead of what you suddenly see smashing into the ground are flechettes.
Of course.
What are flechettes? I don't actually
Weighted
know.
iron darts.
Yeah.
Oh, ow.
Yeah,
Just
basically
spikes.
just spikes with flanders on the end to guide the path down from
Big
the
spikes.
sky,
Yeah.
Yeah.
mostly powered by gravity.
Yeah.
Well, I learned a thing.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Learned a new word.
I'm in trouble.
Flechettes.
Good word.
It is particularly nasty. It basically allows them to barrage an entire area in a single go.
How high up are they?
In order, they have to get 600. The lowest they can get is 600 feet, and still be able to actually.
I'm absolutely
Right.
useless.
So they
None
are
of us
just
have
within
that
range
range.
for snipers to fire back to. But it's but they are. This is what air superiority means.
Yeah.
You
We need
all
to take out that ship.
you do
Yeah.
all save, but that also means you all take 25 points of slashing damage.
Oh boy. Okay.
Wow.
As flechettes just slash
Well,
at your
if
limbs.
I hadn't saved, I would be down.
Good lord.
I
mean, I'm not doing great.
As you scramble to cover, especially from aerial attacks, though, you see the pulsing and rippling of Poppy's body begin to build to a crescendo. And his... Yeah, honestly, like he... Oh yeah, I forgot to roll for him, but honestly... Yeah, oh good, he doesn't take 100 points of damage
Oh, God.
immediately, which he nearly did. He does take like 60. Actually, no, it's close to 50 points of damage, but that's enough to avoid him going to 0 for this. Having killed everyone else, you see his body ripple and
God,
shudder
there's so many people.
before,
So many.
with a sort of sound, he opens his mouth wide, and you see his skin just peel backwards and off.
God.
As emerging from the mouth of the snake is a billowing cloud of black smoke cut through with red and gold light, which forms up into an even larger serpent, spearing out of the sky into the sky in the kind of like the thickness of a tornado, almost. You watch up in just, frankly, like skeptical as you get, snarky as you get, it's hard not to feel a sense of awe
as you and everyone in the battlefield watch in the cold light of dawn a gigantic black and red and gold serpent spear out of the city and take off into the sky. And you watch. It's impossible. It must, if it's doing what you think it's doing, it must be continuing to grow larger and larger as it goes, because you see it curl into the sky and head towards the sun. You watch as the sun rising over the hills in the east is encircled by this enormous snake which opens its jaws wide and seems to and you see as the sky goes dark, completely consumes the sun. There is the distant sounds of gunfire falter as everyone watches what can only be termed a miracle take place. Yeah. And just faintly you can make out a huge coiled serpent with two blazing red eyes, the same red as the missing sun. As the skies go dark, darker than you've ever seen, you can barely make out any clouds. There are no stars in the sky. Everything goes as dark as the Underdark for you now, and and the entire battlefield, apart from those two gleaming red eyes in the distance, goes pitch black. What do you want to do?
Oh, I'm joining the
Cry.
cult. I'll praise Apophis. Hail, hail, hail.
As you call out, "Hail Apophis!"
Hail Apophis.
Thaumaturgying my voice loud.
Yep.
Corzin, you didn't immediately do this. So as you hear them say that, you see Scamp's eyes and Celestia's eyes both, they blink, and glowing red serpent irises are covering theirs, and you will both have dark vision, but your dark vision extends
even beyond mine.
Beyond yours.
Nice.
It's like you're seeing the whole world through a dark vision lens. Because normally you only got about 60 feet, 120 feet of range. Mm-hmm. No. It's dark. It's definitely still dark, but you can see where everything is as clearly as if it were daylight.
Oh, this is perfect.
And you hear the cry taken up, "Hail Apophis! Hail Apophis!" And on your side of the battlefield, glowing red eyes start showing up.
The churches
everywhere.
are going to be so pissed off.
Mad. Also, this cult is going to be so big.
I will be high priest.
Okay. I mean, I think at this point, now that this has happened, my instinct is we need to get back to our fucking ship.
Yeah, you
Can the
good
imps give us a lift?
here, folks?
You scramble back to your
Is
ship.
actual Apophis just there going, yeah.
As far as you can
It's in
see,
the sky.
there is a heap of golden black skin.
Oh, okay,
like
so
a
he's
giant
completely
snake
disgorged
skin on
himself.
the ground. But yeah,
I want to make a coat out of it.
Uh,
Don't have the time.
But the
grab it and give it to Fighty.
do you try and
We do not have the time.
Okay,
grab
yeah, fine.
Apophis' shed mortal coil?
It would make such a good coat.
Alas,
It would not suit Scamp.
But yeah, as far as you can tell, that up in the sky where the sun used to be is Apophis.
All right, well we've got to take advantage of the fact we can see better than they can now.
And scrambling back to your ship, where you see your crew like with glowy red serpent eyes. That's exactly what you do as we transition back to the naval battle. So, from
No
the
chance of a
perspective,
short rest.
from the
hour?
no, that ain't happening.
We're fucked.
Oh yeah.
From the perspective,
We cannot
of-
handle another one on one
Might
fire.
bang a few healing spells out, but we'll talk about that when we get back to us.
Yeah.
So from the there is a side effect. With Apophis gone, the Sun Eaters lose 4 hit points because they've
Okay.
literally lost.
I can put
Yeah,
that.
Their
Apophis is no longer fighting. Apophis is devouring the sun.
Honestly, they
Yep.
still have more hit points than anyone else
Yeah.
does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've just lost their. They've just lost their.
They've lost their MVP.
Their MVP. So, while that is happening, but yes, from the perspective of the ships, however, everyone is in the defensive line over on your side. So all 7 of your ships are getting ready to launch their barrages at the same time in what will surely be a simultaneous exchange from the 5 naval ships coming into range and the defenders at the battery, just in time to watch for suddenly there's. Is it getting aboard the ship? None of you see this, but there's a brief moment of Molly going, "Was it me, or is it getting darker?" And Regent's tits. And they said,
Don't shake her all pockets.
and they see the sun devoured. Hail Apophis? Holy shit! Everyone was trying, and these 5 ships, now almost blinded, now fighting under night conditions.
Yeah.
Where we're not.
Yeah.
Range
That's
halved,
exciting.
have just moved into your firing range.
Yeah.
Yay.
So, you all have individual ships you can create. The important thing is that none of the Scarlet Wind ships have arrived yet.
Okay, right.
But each of you, including the battery, may declare now which of the 5 ships that are within range you're going to fire on. So your options are the Aquila, the Beta, the Chancer, the Demise, and the Gunter.
Cool.
There are 4 ships.
5 ships.
Oh, 5 ships,
5
sorry.
ships. One is a 5th rate. 4 are 4th rates.
Right.
They're
So,
all about to hit the outer range of your basic barrages.
Okay.
if my maths is not incorrect here, with the aid of the battery itself, we've got the potential to hit at least the majority of them twice.
Yep, there's 8 ship. There's 7 ships, 1 battery, and 5 opponents.
The only preference I have is that a lot of the ships I'm in control of are 5th rate, so I would like to send at least one of them after the other 5th rate, because
Good.
that feels
Yeah.
like it makes sense in terms of scale.
Yeah.
I will send the rest of them after the 4th rates, because why not? But it feels like at least one of my shots should be at that 5th rate.
I think the Kraken Spain should go after the Aquila.
Yeah. So let's say the Witch's Tit will go after the Gunter.
Okay.
And then
What-
I've got 4 more
Yeah.
5th rates.
In
I'm
the
happy for
interest-
them to go after anyone.
Cool. In the interests of sanity, what I'm gonna go basically round the table because
Yeah.
these all happen more
Okay.
simultaneously. I'll ask you to declare what ship or castle you're using to attack and who you are aiming your attacks at, please. And I will do them. And I will do damage accordingly. Or maybe-
I've lost track of what the enemy are at this point. Sorry.
We've got
A, B, C, D, and G.
Okay, so the transports are not there.
The transports are currently escorting the
They're a bit further
the
back,
first
aren't
rate.
they?
That's fair.
okay.
G is the 5th rate.
Yeah.
Everything else is 4th rate.
Yeah.
Do you mind if I declare the fortress first?
Yep, declare the fortress first.
Okay.
Fortress gets 3 attacks because it can reload really quickly.
Yeah. So 1 for the Aquila, one for the beta, one for the chaser.
Cool. A, B, and C.
Yeah.
Roll your attacks now.
Okay, first one with disadvantage, or
Yeah, so
Because
all
of
of
the-
these
yeah.
are with disadvantage because
Everything
they're
with
the maximum
disadvantage.
range
Good to know.
that you can hit at.
okay.
You're still firing through a gale.
I'm gonna pinch one of your dice.
Oh, do pinch anything you need.
Okay, it's not great. That's a 11 for the first
Okay,
one.
11 does. So 11, and this is from the.
Battery.
From the battery. Okay, 11 is not enough to do any damage. So
Okay.
Aquila is the shots land short, smashing into the water.
Okay.
Okay.
Second one for the beta then. That is 14.
Okay, a 14 is enough to do a point of damage to the beta. Just for context, these fourth rates have these fourth rates have 12 hit points in this modified version of the system. So
Okay.
so you see you do hear the distant sound of
Okay, we have
contact.
A hit. We have a hit. Okay.
Hey.
And now for the chaser.
Okay.
Oh, bollocks.
Balls. And I'm not causing, so that's a natural one.
Okay, there is. I'm going to say
Unless there are halfling gun crews.
there are indeed a number of halfling gun crews here. I'm going to say that this is. What's the term I usually use? One I usually say is misfires for these. So there is an explosion. Some of the powder stores catch fire. The battery loses a hit point.
Oh,
It has
Ow.
20. Well, it has 19 now.
okay.
But yeah, but I'm going to set that as the rule.
I like mass combat. Mass combat's cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Jason.
Kraken's Bane, I think, is the other ship under
Yes.
your control. So tell me who you want to shoot at.
Okay, the Aquila.
Okay, go for it.
Okay, that is it's an 11 again.
Again, this time overshooting.
Yeah.
The Aquila is already steered out of the way before it can hit.
Balls.
All right, moving literally just like clockwise around the table. I believe you have the fourth rate.
Yeah.
Here.
So
This is your two merchanters.
I will. The baller will go for the beta since that's the one that's been hit
Yep.
so far. No, that's not much to hit. That we're adding +6. That's an 8.
Okay, that again to the winds blow the shots off target.
And the Wilma will do the same because it feels like taking out a ship is probably the priority. That's a 1.
Oh.
Damn it.
Natural one.
Natural 1. Might be. Yeah, it wasn't going to be an unnatural 1.
Yeah, okay. And then, this is a good point. All right, that in which case then the Wilma also take a fire catches on deck. The Wilma takes 1 point of damage. Which, in fairness, the odds of self-firing are the same for every ship in this battlefield.
Yeah.
But it is a concern. All right, which brings us to our fifth rate.
Okay, so I guess the Witch's Tit will go for the Gunter, just so that at least one fifth rate is on fifth rate.
Yep.
Oh god. Jesus. That is where's the thing? 8. Yeah.
We're rolling great.
So
here.
bad.
Sploosh.
Yep. Okay.
Destructive wave dice is being dramatic and it's taking its time out now.
Yeah.
Okay, so the Witch's Tit again too distant range with the howling winds.
It was a 2, not a 1, so just for the record. And then the lightning will go for what's not been hit thus far. Loads of things haven't been
Everything
hit, have they?
except
the
the
beta
blinds.
is the beta is the only one that's been that's managed to be hit yet.
Okay, I'll go for the one next to the Gunter. What's that called?
That is the demise.
Let's go for the demise and hope for one. So that's not bad. Where'd that go? This is 16. No, 17. I'm tired. There we
Excellent.
go.
Okay. Ooh, so that is a 17.
Yes.
Makes a difference.
So you're shooting with the fifth rate. So its armor class is 14, so that's AC. Was it plus? That'd be AC plus 3. I think you need plus 4 for the 3 hit points.
Yeah, I think
isn't
that's
it?
2 hit points damage.
Cool. Then you do 2 hit points of damage
Jason has
to
this
the demise.
Interesting system stowaways where the more above its armor class you do, the more damage you do.
To represent the additional hit cannonballs hitting.
Yeah.
So the lightning launches a.
We'll try and put it on Patreon or something
Yeah.
at some
Yeah.
point. No promises of when, but we'll try and remember to do that.
So a good 2/3 of the salvo for broadside from the lightning does successfully hit the demise, and you can see it's started to break some holes in the hull.
Excellent.
And then I've got the no regrets.
Yes.
Mhm.
So I'm gonna.
Oh, no regrets has not yet arrived.
It hasn't arrived
Yes.
yet.
So
Sorry. Do I
that's
have
right.
the trigger and the Maria?
you do have the trigger in the marine.
Okay, I'm
Yes.
gonna do the trigger on literally the next one along.
That's
So
the
that
Gunter, I
is-
think.
Maybe Gunter.
No, the.
Oh, you're going.
Oh,
you're
sorry,
going
you're
with
going
this.
back the other
So
way.
yeah, that'll
Right.
be Chancer.
I'll do that on the Chancer. So that's a 10. Yay me!
That is not quite enough to strike that, unfortunately. The
Shocker.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna do, and on the next one along says it's the beta.
Yeah.
Because why not? I'm gonna hit it with the Maria. So that's not terrible. That is a 14. Is that enough?
That is indeed just
Whoa.
enough.
Excellent.
So you do because with the beta, I'm going to say you do 1 hit point of damage.
Yeah, the beta's not quite as badass as some of the other ones.
To the next round. So yeah, the Maria hits the beta, which has already taken a bit of damage. So even though it's got less guns, they do connect, and you are able to inflict additional damage against the beta.
Cool.
Okay. Round 2 of ship combat.
Ooh,
Yeah. So
horrifying.
the advancing ships have no choice. They need to get closer, much closer, because they've now realized they're able to track. Yeah, they can see where there are lights within the city. They can just about it's dark, like really dark, but there is some ability to track what's going on, just about. And they can obviously
How far can you send
and they
your
can see
dancing
the
lights?
What was that?
How far can you send dancing lights?
That's a good point.
If they're aiming at
120
light
feet?
sources,
That's not a bad shout, actually.
Yeah.
And it's a cantrip.
Yeah.
So certainly they do notice the muzzle flares from from the cannons, which gives them some guidance. Within the next 3 minutes, they are able to come. They will definitely be able to make it 1,500 feet. So I'm just marking how far they can get because they
Jason
went.
has a little measury bit of perspex he's made with the
That's
distances
really
they
good.
can travel.
Yeah.
And it's really, really helpful.
So they're going to try and get a little bit close enough, in fact, to be able to try and actually attack the fort and the ships themselves. I will say that because they were 3,000 feet out initially, they are able to get to 1,500 feet in. So they're able to get to that quarter-mile range of the fortress. However, that does mean that it is going to put them definitely within the fortress's direct range now. So equally, they have to get real close just to attack with disadvantage, thanks to Poppy eating the sun. Now you've got a bit of a choice because you can see that the what's the fucking name of this thing? I got the integrity is also advancing in the distance. It's going to get just within that sort of what is now the long range for your cannons.
So we could fire on them with disadvantage.
Yeah,
So,
we've got
yeah.
to hit them before they can hit
Or
us.
you
Cool.
could, or because you have similar movement, you could try and move behind and get some of your ships close enough to attack the integrity or the elk or so on, but that will put them in range. But that does potentially put them in. Actually, no, because the elk and the integrity and so on are also blinded. You can attack. You can try and snipe them at disadvantage without them being able to attack back.
Worth it.
But if you want to get close enough to shoot them without disadvantage, you're going to need to move around and get up close to them
So if we were close enough to shoot them normally, they'd be close enough to shoot us
with
disadvantage.
disadvantage.
I mean, it's still better odds.
Yeah.
But Poppy's
Yeah.
great. We love Poppy. Yeah.
You know, this really is a miracle.
Oh, it's
yeah.
really good.
For the purposes
But like,
of
honestly, that makes such
Yeah.
a fucking difference.
Oh,
It's
hugely,
brilliant. Yeah.
hugely.
But is it worth taking out the ships out front if we can first? I don't know.
I think it's at least worth getting some shots in on the integrity, but I don't think we should put everything there.
Yeah.
It's kind of how I feel.
I mean, the fort's still going to be shooting on the ships that are closer.
Yeah.
True. Very true.
I mean, the fort can, in theory, hit 3 of those 4 ships.
That's not bad, actually. Maybe
Yeah.
we should concentrate a lot of fire on the big fucker then,
Yeah.
while they're struggling.
Suggestion.
Yes.
If we send the two of our smaller ships to take out the Gunter,
Yeah.
leaving the fort to deal with the rest, we can devote the rest of our ships to taking out the Elk and the Integrity.
We could actually, yeah, couldn't we?
And
Maybe
the
we
Filbert
leave...
as well. Where's the Filbert? That's up there, isn't it?
Filbert and the
is on
elk
the
are
other side of
both.
the integrity.
Yeah, they're.
Should we leave the 2, good small ships to deal with the Gunter then? Should we leave, the Witch's Tit and the Lightning?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they get actually, good shots in.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
So you leave Witch's Tit and Lightning kind of close, sort of close to the fort,
Yeah.
and on defensive duty, and you're going to move the Kraken's Bane and the not more expendable, but weaker ships
Yeah.
around so that they can get close enough to start hitting this
Yeah.
back
So
row.
they can do the disadvantage thing.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So this round, the enemy will actually be able to make some attacks. So, but we'll do so. All the attacks are kind of simultaneous. So, I'll do damage, and so I'll have you roll and do attacks first. If you do enough to sink them, they will still get their shots in.
Right.
That
Okay.
makes sense.
Okay, so I'm going to go in reverse order around the table this time, just for
Okay.
making it even.
Okay, well, I guess we'll do the Witch's Tit and the Lightning first.
Yeah.
So they're both going to go for the HMS Gunter.
Oh my!
Is it a normal shot now? Or is
Yes.
It...
So
Okay,
the Gunter
cool.
has gotten close enough to be able to fire on the fort, and because of your position next to the fort, they are now within just straight range for you.
Okay, that's a 14.
Nice.
That is a straight up shot. And which was it? Which is tit you're using?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. So that is yes, that's just okay. 14 is their armor class. You need 1 above to do second hit point of damage. So you do 1 hit point of damage to the
Okay.
Gunter.
It's a point of
It's a
damage.
hit.
I'll take
It's a hit.
it. You know.
Point takes it down
Good
from
stuff.
9
Yeah.
to 8.
Okay, and then I'll do another one. Actually, how many attacks do you get per ship? I forgot. Is
Just
it
the
one per
Just
ship.
the one.
Yeah.
So I'll do one with the lightning.
Yeah.
Oh, that's really good. That
Excellent.
is 23.
Okay, yeah, that's
So
3
that'll
hit
take
points of
out-
damage total.
Yeah.
So the lightning Captain Scorch all right, let her rip. You hear screams, fires break out on the opposing ship.
Are we still playing the rule of if they drop below half, they are weakened? In terms of what they can-
I'm abstracting that. for
Okay,
purposes
fine,
of
fine.
this.
Yeah,
I'm
we're
abstracting
doing
that.
slightly different. If you're used to our naval combat system for battles with
One-on-one battles,
Yeah.
and,
2 to 3 ships in,
ships.
Yeah.
this is a different system.
No,
Stoneways.
I put something much more simplified together for I wanted to fight with 20 ships in it. So
Yeah.
So all 20 ships can't have 700 hit points because then we live here.
Yeah.
I mean, you literally do. This is your house.
This is my. I mean, I live here at this table. I could never pee again.
Yeah.
So if they all have 700 hit points, this is where we die.
Yeah.
So yeah.
The episode would be 50 hours long.
Yeah. It would
I'm
be fun.
totally
It
here
is-
for a 50-hour episode.
I mean,
I'm not.
this fight would be an arc. If
Yeah.
And this arc has
genuinely.
been long enough.
Yeah, we're ready to finish. But yeah, I have the trigger in the Maria as well currently, which I guess are going to go for the integrity, which is
Yep.
sort of hilarious because they're tiny.
David Goliath kind of
They're
thing.
the smallest ships on the battlefield, and they're like, oh, fuck you. Pew, pew, pew. It's like, why not? And this is disadvantage, yeah?
Yep, these are.
Oh,
Oh,
that's a shame. One of them was a 20. But it's
Actually, no.
about
These are no. You've sailed close enough to hit them straight. So
Oh, that's
look,
true.
I mean,
Reroll
did
that
I just
text
have
line.
those two then?
I guess those are two attacks. So
Yeah.
you can.
So one of them is a natural 20.
Hey!
And one of them is a 17.
Okay.
Literal David and Goliath moment.
Yeah.
Okay. So the 17 is interesting because there's that. No, that's fine. So these are 5th-rate merchanters, aren't they?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're the teeny ones.
I'm going to say then against the integrity, their shots land. In fact, the fact that the Wilma is actually able to land critical shots and briefly takes down one of the integrity's masts, although their repair crews and majors start getting it back up. I will say though that for that natural 20, they deal an extra hit point of damage.
Yay.
So you're able to do 3 hit points of damage
I'm
total.
proud of them. They're so little.
To the HMS Integrity, which is honestly pretty damn impressive, with a pair of just cargo ships. Captain Tanya Hook and Ivo Lumberton
Love it.
both cheer like, hey, they're ominous.
why
red
are we
eyes
here?
Oh God!
glowing. we're fighting for this cause because we literally couldn't get out of the bay once we docked here.
Now our eyes are red. We're just merchants. What the fuck? They're having a weird day.
Yeah.
It's been a weird
Everyone's
month.
having
It's
a
been
weird day.
month
Yeah.
for them. They kind of got roped into an independence movement.
Like, literally everybody in this city is going to remember the day the sun went away.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't know whether this is a global event.
I mean,
Oh,
we
God.
need to ask Little
We
Corzin.
do need to know. Yeah.
Anyway, moving.
I hadn't considered that.
I had.
No, I hadn't.
Hang on. Could be far enough away it's night where he is.
It's true.
In fact, it's 8 hours before, so yes, it actually is night.
Yeah.
It is.
Oh, we might know someone
Yeah.
who'd be able to tell us. We'll have to see.
Well, ask Leah. She's in a different city.
Yeah,
Same time zone, different city.
Same time zone.
Yeah.
But, I mean, asking Leah tells us something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Asking people further away tells us more.
Yeah.
Someone in Portugal Macedonia?
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so moving onwards from that,
Yeah, it's not
continue-
5th rate's done.
4th rates, please.
I mean, they're doing exactly the same thing as the little 5th rates, I guess, because they're moving up. They're,
Pew pew.
like, I'll do a shot at the big old one first. The baller rolls, that was a possible 17. Yeah, 17. And the Wilma rolls a 1.
Oh no.
Okay, the
Oh,
Wilma, the
man.
fires on board the Wilma still haven't been able to be put out, so Wilma takes another point of damage.
God damn it, Wilma.
However, with a 17, that is enough to hit the integrity. So that 4th rate does 1 hit point of damage
Nice.
to the integrity, which honestly, like, it's kind of impressive against the fucking integrity. So that went down for. I accidentally erased those hit points, and
And now you don't know how many there were in the first
there you
place.
go. So
That's my favourite
Okay,
game.
you've
Oh
done-
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna.
We've all done it.
I actually
Oh, yeah.
wrote down the damage dealt instead of the damage left, so I'm just going to count
Oh.
upwards.
I consistently
Yeah.
forget how many hit points Celestia has. Just all the time.
That's fine. I'll rewrite that. So that brings us to the Fortress and the Kraken's Bane then.
Okay. I'll roll for the fortress against the ships. So for the Aquila first. That
The Mars
is
has taken the most damage.
that's a 16.
I mean, it's going to do 3 against 1 against each.
16
There's 4 of them.
does indeed hit and does 1 point of
I
damage.
mean, not the
Okay.
winter, because that's already
And
been
then
shot at.
That's the 5th one.
for the what's the next one?
The beta.
Beta. Yeah.
Yeah,
Which
you
is
do
also
some against the Demise.
Okay, that is another 16.
Okay, that again hits, deals a point of damage.
Peter's taken 3.
And
Ooh.
a 25
Who
Against
you
the demise.
against the
was
demise.
that?
The next one.
Okay, that does actually 2 points of damage against the demise.
Demise is up to
Excellent.
4 damage.
Excellent.
I don't know what their
And
totals
the
are. but
Kraken's
that's-
Bane, which I believe you sent round
Just
after
written
the...
damaged and damaged
after the
more
integrity.
next to them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, the Kraken's Bane against the Integrity.
Oh.
That's a
No,
12.
Okay, that is... yeah, that's not even... does the Kraken's Bane... Checking, does the Kraken's Bane do any damage at -4? No. Cool. So Kraken's Bane misses completely.
16.
Bloosh.
Attacking with integrity.
AC
Now it's their
16.
So,
We're in trouble.
the front row rank of naval ships are focused on their task. If they can take out the biggest risk chance of firepower, then they will. So attacking with disadvantage, all 4 of the 4 ships of the line and the frigate are going to try and attack the fortress, which, bear in mind, is currently illused to raise its AC. So its
Yes.
AC is
20.
20. Thank you.
It's pretty good.
Pretty damn good. So this is with disadvantage. So the Gunter's a
That
failure.
was with disadvantage. One of them was a 20.
Yeah.
The Gunter is a failure. That is a sad sentence.
Aww.
Oh, poor Gunter.
Poor Gunter.
Okay.
I would argue that Gunter is extremely successful.
Mm.
Yes.
I think his shop does very well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
This is with a partial broadside. So it's an important thing to note the 4th rates actually have 2 different rates of fire. They have partial broadsides and full broadsides, because some of their guns are longer range than others. This is the 4th rate ships of the line.
Yeah.
Right.
So
Yeah.
like the Lantern and stuff will be able
Yeah.
to do this,
Hmm.
but they
They're
haven't
not
arrived
here
yet.
yet.
The these 4th rates are now close enough to do a partial broadside against the fortress. So that 19 is equal to, means that it's within this sort of, they still do a hit point of damage even if they get the AC -2.
Okay.
So you take one
No,
1
it's
point
the
of
same
damage.
for our 5th rates.
Yeah.
I think we've been reading that wrong.
No, that's correct for your 5th rate frigates.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, they if they do a full, but that's a full broadside for your 5th rates.
Yeah.
If the 4th rates get close enough to do a full broadside, they do 1 hit point if they hit your armor class -1, and then an additional hit point for each point on top of that to a maximum of 10.
Oh, that's a
Cool.
lot.
Yeah, we take out these fuckers, they are nasty.
Oh yeah, if they get close enough, they're a real problem.
Okay,
Yeah.
maybe we need to... Oh, we've got too many of them. We need the other ships to arrive.
We really do.
How far away are they now?
They're getting closer, but
Yeah.
but yeah, it's hard to see. The sky went out. So that was the killer. Was it did a shot? Did a point of damage. The beta. That was a 2. It's too hard to shoot in the dark. The chaser 3.
Hey.
Oh. So disadvantage. That was a natural 18, natural 20.
Oh,
So that becomes a 24 on its partial broadside from the demise, hitting the fortress, which is,
With
that's plus
focus on
4.
fire
So it
and
does
shit,
2
wow.
hit points of damage to the
Okay.
fortress. How's the fortress looking?
16.
Okay. You can see that
We're going to take out some stuff at the front next
yeah,
time.
they're taking some damage, but they've still got some chances. I think I already attacked with the Gunter.
Yeah,
The integrity is going to look at
Do something terrifying.
seeing the position of the. Well, first of all, the integrity's 2 escort ships.
Yeah, they'd have to shoot through their own escorts at this position.
I mean, like, I've placed these ones slightly. They're not quite as spaced out as this is slightly
Okay, fair
representative. So the escorts do move to seeing your groups moving around. They move so that they can fire as well.
Okay.
So the escorts are firing like maximum range, and you notice in the dark lanterns flashing semaphore at each other.
Oh. would Corzin be able to tell?
Yep, you roll a history check, please, because it's whether you're up to date with their codes.
13.
You're not up to date with the current Orcyrian naval code, semaphore codes. You can tell they're exchanging information.
Right.
I do army things. Do I know semaphore? You can say no. I'm just
You know
wondering.
of semaphore.
Yeah.
In fact, I imagine there's probably drow equivalents of semaphore because light flashing would be a way to transmit things.
Yeah.
It would, wouldn't it?
Like you know,
Is it enough for me to get a roll or not?
You get a roll. Roll me a history check. It's whether you're up to date with the current ones.
Oh, absolutely not. Definitely not. That is. What's my history? I never use it. That's it's a 14. Probably not, I imagine.
You think they're probably communicating firing information,
Right.
but like you can't break the code from.
That's
from
fair.
How
what you're
far away is the Kraken's Bane from the Integrity?
At this particular moment, because that's been halved and halved again, 1,500 feet away.
Whoa.
Because that is the range they need to get to be. You needed to get to be able to fire on them without disadvantage, and for them to be able to fire back with disadvantage.
Is it worth getting into that range for that reverse gravity?
They can't see you if you don't have a light.
Regardless, they're going to still act in this round.
Oh,
if you
yeah,
get a chance
no.
to do that.
But this is a between round sort of
yeah.
idea.
Yeah.
God, feel free to discuss that if you want. As the semaphore flashes go, they are going to target. Okay, they've made their choice of targets. Who's the one that I think it was the Marie? No, it was one of the fourth rates, wasn't it? That hit the integrity before. So let's say it was the Baller. I think it was.
Can't remember.
The
It might have been the Maria, actually.
the Marie? Okay, cool.
Was it a tiny fifth rate that hit the integrity?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the Maria.
Okay,
it
in
was
which case
the tiddly
go
one.
for the Maria then. You see the third-rate transports turn and launch broadsides at the Maria.
Lol, poor things.
They're
so
these
tiny.
are with disadvantage,
Oh no.
but that is a 14, which is the
Maria's
Maria's
that
AC.
Is their AC, yeah.
Yep. So they do. So that's one. Oof. And okay, the second one is like a dirty 20. 3 hit points of damage to the Maria
Okay, it's alright.
from that.
It had 9, but
okay.
it's okay.
The flagship, however,
You'll have light.
also focuses on the Maria.
Oh,
dear.
god, it's gonna sink.
And you see that, again, a partial broadside. They're not close enough to launch the carronades on this one. Okay, that's a 20.
Oh, yeah.
Which is plus 4. The Maria takes 6 hit points of damage.
It's dead.
And
Goodbye.
and you hear the distant screams of the crew, the crashing of waves and the thundering of cannon as the Maria breaks apart and is lost.
Goodbye.
The integrity does not fuck about.
No.
Yeah, pick off little ones.
Okay, it's time for the
Down to 3 fifth rates.
Do we do the thing? Do we do something stupid in between, like shit
It
battle
really
rounds?
might be worth it.
I mean, my 21 hit points.
Oh, I'm going to heal you.
Mm.
I would have healed you if we
Yeah.
had time.
I have a superior healing potion which I would give you if
I
it
too
came
have
to
one
it.
of those, but I was thinking something like a healing word, to be honest.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to say that with what you see, because you can see and they can't clearly, you are able to see them beginning to make their next moves.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are we allowed to do something in character between rounds? Is that a
You
thing?
are, and in fact, if this is the time you want to do it, this is then.
I think it needs
I
to
think
be
it's
done
just-
now because I've
Okay.
just seen a ship sink and I
Let
want to do
me-
something
I'm gonna-
stupid.
I'm
Heal
gonna-
you a bit. 9 hit points from me.
So you've had like
I know
ample.
it's not much, but I'm terrified of using
Yeah.
my
Yeah,
level.
you've had
Yeah.
ample time to like drink potions, use healing magic.
How much
I'm
do
gonna
the
have one
superiors
as
do?
well.
Sorry.
How much does a superior do?
Oh, it's the top of the shop, so it's like 8d8 plus 20, I think.
I think it's still D4s, isn't it?
One moment. 5e Cure Superior. I've got my laptop with me for once.
Aha!
So the potion. So the potions of healing.
Yeah, we also have 1 cure critical wounds each, which is 6d4 plus 6, I think.
Oh,
Like, I wrote
here's
it
mine.
down.
8d4 plus 8 is the superior.
Okay. That's
Yeah,
still a
there
fair
you
amount.
Ooh, what is critical then?
Critical, I believe, is the ludicrous one, which is something d something plus 10. Here we go.
Oh, supreme healing.
There we
Superior
go.
is
the
plus
top of the
20, yeah.
Yep. So for context, P comes before S. Here we go. Potion of healing. Standard is 2d4 plus 2. On greater is 4d4 plus 4. Superior is 8d4 plus 8. Supreme is 10d4 plus 20.
What is cure critical wounds then? Because that's what we've written. That's what I've written it down as. That you said.
That's a spell in a different edition.
This is fun, didn't? If I've said that it's critical wounds, it's probably. I'm gonna say.
Didn't we all get a superior healing potion at one point?
I've written down that we all got a cure critical wounds potion.
Okay.
Okay, that's a supreme healing potion.
So which one is it?
It's the top one. 10d4 plus 20.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I might hang on to that for another few minutes personally.
That's a real case of addition clash there.
Okay,
Yeah.
you played third for
It's
literally
fair.
years. Like fair play.
Right. I guess I go and do this because there's no way I can. There's no way I can take anyone with me.
So-
I'm going to give you inspiration.
Yeah,
Please.
and
Please do
Hello.
not die, please.
For the sake
please
of-
don't die.
For the sake of drama, I'm going to say that here's what you see happening.
I'm level
Okay.
3 cure wounds for you.
And I will note that it takes 3 minutes for this round to happen, so you can do this at any point during the 3 minutes while they're reloading
Yeah.
and maneuvering into position. You watch, you can see that the front row of ships are going to
Extra
keep
20
getting
points.
closer to the almost ignoring the light. Like, I don't want to say ignoring the lightning and the witch's tit. I'll say the Aquila and the Beatrice are going to move to try and get up close enough for broadsides against the witch's tit and the lightning, while the Chancer and the Demise and the Gunter will try and get close enough to actually directly fire with their full force on the fortress.
Mhm.
Meanwhile, the Integrity and its 2 escorts will, in what may well be a moment of hubris, try and close in to what they see as the potentially weaker convoy, and go for targets of choice. So they're actually going to get closer to you,
Okay.
which may reduce the distance that you need to travel.
How fast can I move underwater using fly?
Ooh, interesting.
That's a good question.
Interesting. Does fly give you a swim speed?
It doesn't, but can I just propel myself through the water in the way I would air? If not, I'll just skim the surface.
I would say that you, for the purposes of this,
see.
I will say that you can skim the surface at your standard fly speed.
Cool. I will do just a standard fly.
Otherwise, you could fly through the water at half the flight speed because of the water resistance.
Yeah, makes sense.
It's not swim; it's fly.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Like, we got rid of that potion that turns you into a shark, didn't we?
I
also
need
can't
to not
cast.
be a shark.
Yeah.
No, you didn't actually. I think you still have that.
Okay.
Interesting.
But yeah, I will fly to 200 feet from
Okay.
the Integrity, and then I will pop underwater to do this.
Yeah, sensible.
Okay. All right. So this is going to get interesting.
At least, like, slightly, because it's going to be underwater, it's going to be diagonal, so slightly closer so that I will be within 200 feet whilst underwater.
Okay. So you cast flying yourself. So I'm going to say that the Integrity, as it's getting closer, is going to aim to try and get Actually, pretty much within 800 feet of the of one of these of really any of these ships. So I am gonna yeah. Regardless, you'd need to fly to get there because they're not gonna get any closer. So you fly.
Also, loop slightly around so I'm not just right in front of the cannons.
Yeah, sensible.
And they're going to try and get into place. That's fine. The pair of you are not coming on this particular one. You're going to try and get close.
I can't take the captain, and there's like
right.
Celestia's got so few hit points.
I'm going to be directing the ship
I'll
to
say
move.
then,
I could make you fly. It's just not
Cool.
worth it.
It's not worth it, not at all.
Yeah.
Don't waste the spell.
Alright, so I am going to need, before we come into this, it is actually going to be important then for positioning what the Kraken's Bane is going to be doing.
Okay.
Because the pair of you are on the Kraken's Bane, so this affects how close you are when you see what goes down here and whether or not Scamp is successful and all of these things.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm going to issue... Alright, bring us about, make the fuckers chase us.
What does that mean?
They have to get within a closer range to be able to fire accurately at us. If we maintain the distance,
got it. So
they still have to, they can't shoot at us without disadvantage.
Yeah, are we firing at them as well?
Yeah, we can do. We can fire and move.
You've got a couple of minutes
Might as
before
well.
you'll be ready
so
to.
you're basically going to tell this wing to basically draw them away.
Yeah, we have the advantage of range at the moment. We need to maintain it.
Got it. Do you want? Which direction do you want to try and draw them in? Like, I'm not entirely going to show it on the map because we're at the edge of the map. But
Yeah.
like, further off to the west, like away from the fortress.
I think because the further away they
Split
are
up a
from the
bit.
fortress, the less of a threat they are to it. And the fortress isn't enough to be getting on with at the moment.
Okay. With the cool. All right. If you want to stay close enough to be able to fire on them, do you want to stay close enough to fire like as straight attacks, or do you want to retreat? Because all of your ships are faster than
Yeah, we
just
have the
about
advantage
all
of
of
speed
their
over them
ships
as well.
We do...
collectively. So you could get into like long range for you.
I don't think it's
but go
worth
outside
getting
the
to the
range.
point where we're firing at disadvantage, if I'm honest.
Yeah, if we're
That
firing at
seems
long
dumb.
range, they cannot hit us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we'll
But
do it.
that doesn't seem like the best plan because we really need to get some hits in on them. So I don't know.
If you,
What
it's
do
just
you
yeah.
think?
Do you want to
They
keep?
can't hit us at long range.
Yes.
Yeah. So we
Maybe
still
we
have a
might
chance to
hit
hit
them.
them. Yeah.
That might be a good idea.
Just
Let's
for
do
now,
that.
while we know while we're trying to draw them out.
And the longer
Yeah.
they're chasing us, the more they're not focusing on the battery.
Let's do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if they change direction, we can always head back in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
Cool.
we're fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can literally come across the back of them and
I am
Splinter.
going to be able to pull this off then.
yeah.
So this is a bit of a trick because although you have the speed, it's about keeping their attention if you want to stay out of their range.
Yeah.
I will ask you for a sailoring check, wisdom with plus proficiency, please.
Okay. Natural 20.
Okay.
So good. So well
Slightly
placed.
I love
demonstrated
you.
with these. But the point is that you are actually out of their
It's
range.
28
which
if it makes a
is
difference.
yeah. I'll
Put
move.
it on my notebook if
Oh,
you
no.
need to.
I'm going to move these down to here for a moment, just for the sake of demonstration. But
Mhm.
they are you are
We
able,
can fondly imagine it.
yeah,
Yeah.
you are able to keep the you're able
God,
to
your
keep
stats are
kiting
good.
them enough.
Your stats are so good these days.
Good.
You are actually able to kite them, which is important because if you failed that, they would have realised, oh, they're getting out of range and just changed direction.
Yeah.
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 So the important thing for now is that it's not ruined Scamp's plan,
hmm
and you are able to keep just beyond 1,500 feet from them, close enough that you can fire on them, they can't return fire, and you are, I'm going to say, at most, at any given time, like 1,600 feet from Scamp
Okay.
when they're doing their thing.
Yeah.
So, as this kiting is happening,
So
Scamp
far, I can't do anything
casts
in that range.
fly, skims across the water. So, Scamp, you are on your Todd. I need you.
Oh yeah, no, I do have.
You brought Jeffrey?
I don't know if I brought Jeffrey.
Tell
I
me
didn't
if you've
think.
got- roll a d20.
Oh, it's a 13.
Jeffrey's with
breathe
you.
under
Oh
water?
no, Jeffrey can always breathe underwater.
Right, okay.
Can't find
Okay.
it.
No, I think Jeffrey's in my
He
bag.
can feed you a healing potion,
He
though.
can.
He can feed you with a
Which, which could be
Yeah,
important.
it could be important.
Yeah.
So,
Marjorie ain't coming.
that brings us to so
Should have turned her into a bat.
Oh, she's definitely hitting a Pothos. She can sleep just fine.
so at that point, you skim on the water. I need you to roll me a stealth check, please.
Okay, I've got my cloak and my hood, so
Yeah,
it's
also it's
disadvantage
fucking dark,
to see
so
me,
you've
and
Also
it's
got no
dark.
inspiration
It
if you
honestly,
need it.
it's like almost makes no difference the amount of advantages and disadvantages you stacked.
Do you want to use it?
Up to you. It's a D10 if you need it.
I'm gonna just in case, because this
Yeah.
would be unfortunate, and I've rolled badly. It's still terrible. It's only an 18.
Would be enough.
Yeah.
Check what's in the inspiration chest.
Oh!
It's a unicorn.
There's a squishy unicorn. I'm
Yes.
going to squish the unicorn.
Robbie gave me a little
I've rolled
inspiration chest a
really-
while ago, and then they gave me a squishy unicorn, and now the squishy unicorn lives in the inspiration chest rather than something sensible like a dice.
I have been rolling really badly today. I've barely rolled anything good.
Boo.
It's a problem.
Well, 18's decent.
Yeah, but it was 9 on the dice
Yeah.
with advantage.
Yikes.
Ow. Not above a 10 with advantage is always sad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of that this evening.
Alright, so you you successfully managed to skim across the water. You get within 200 feet of the ship, steering off to the side so that you're not directly in range of the broadsides. From here, you're able to get a view of the frankly mammoth ship. The only thing you've seen larger.
Mortifyingly
The only
big.
thing you've seen larger in the water was the fortress beast back in cross water.
Yeah.
And the Kraken.
Yeah.
And of course the Kraken, which is larger still. From here you can see the giant eagles landing and taking off in shifts. You can hear the sounds of the 800 plus crew members on board. You can see the swivel guns baked into bolted into the deck as anti-air defences, as well as hearing the sounds of crew of orders snapped from above, including a familiar voice. Checks the semaphores. Okay, orders from Tompkins are to continue as we are. Everyone, keep together ship shape. These people have sunk 3 of our ships with magic before, and I will not let those lives be lost in vain.
Well, I feel like a dick.
I'm going to duck under the water and move again so that I'm not just in the same place that I was on the surface.
Good idea.
How long is this ship? How big is this ship?
This ship
Large.
is. One moment, I will
Large.
tell you.
Is it huge?
It's pretty
It's
long.
big.
It is. Okay, the length of the gun deck is 186 feet long. It is 227 feet overall.
Jesus.
It's very
I
big
don't
to
think
fit
this
in
is
my
really
brain.
going to do anything.
What's the maximum, like...
It's a
Why did we
50-foot
do this
radius. 100. It's only a 100-foot high cylinder.
Okay.
It's going to drag half of it up and then drop it down again. Like everything is going to go like down to one end of the ship, which is.
I mean, that is a nightmare.
You could capsize it if you placed it in the right place.
Hmm.
That might be the thing to try and do.
Yeah.
there.
How wide is it?
It is 51 feet wide.
If you put it in the absolute dead centre, you could break the ship in half.
If I put it in the centre, it will go up. If I put it on one side, half the ship's side will go up first, and it will end up on its side.
Yeah.
That's not a good place to fall from,
No.
whichever way you fall.
So if I put it so that, yeah, it's catching the ship on one side with gravity weird.
Yeah. Plus, also, it's making a water spout.
I mean, it'll be a big old splash.
Without at the very least be chaos.
Yeah, I want to try and tip the boat on its side as it rises.
If you can get the boat
Rather than doing
tipped
it-
far
I
enough,
need an Arcana check from you to angle this, please.
literally all you need to do is get the boat at an angle enough that the gun deck on the opposite side is in the water.
I'm going to
Actually,
use...
you don't. No, I don't need an Arcana check from you for this. Or I'll ask you one in a moment. You cast the spell. How close to the ship are you when you cast this?
I'm going to be at my absolute maximum because I want to keep as far away as possible. I'm going to use a sorcery point and should do 200 feet.
So you are going to be 200 feet away. Cool. What was your passive perception?
Passive's 10, it's shit.
Cool. Then you don't notice anything off the bat.
Yeah.
As you cast the spell, you feel
this is gonna
the
fail.
spell take, and the edge of the ship with a creaking starts to rise up, and you hear a call shouted out over the deck. I knew it! Zygmunt, now! Okay, so some people are going to try casting Dispel Magic on this effect
Okay.
because you've used this before.
Of course we have.
And they're
of course they're going to
expecting
try. Are they holding that spell? Because that takes a spell slot each time you hold it.
It takes
burns
spell
the
slot each
spell.
time you hold it. What you can do though is you can tell.
'Cause it's not a reaction.
No, but you can tell a whole. You can leave your mages stationed to cast the moment they know that this is
So
coming.
we've got 6 seconds of it potentially happening, because otherwise it'll be...
Yeah.
Like
The spell will take before they have a chance to dispel it.
Yeah.
It'll be their turn.
Yeah, it's not a counter spell
Yeah.
exactly, but they are like on
Yeah.
edge, waiting.
Yeah.
And there is they're also because of the range of this, it's impossible for them to counterspell you countering.
Yeah.
I thought
They're not going to be able
about
to see me
I
around.
thought about this.
Yeah.
And I ruled on the grounds of maybe
just
that
seeing
you
how
should
long-
not have an instant kill spell.
Oh, no, we
that
definitely
they have
should.
no possible way to react to.
But I'm just seeing how long... Like, I assumed they'd immediately get rid of it, but I'm just seeing how high up in the air can I get it before
How
it
much
goes.
do you get in before they...
That depends on whether they can make their intelligence checks, basically,
Okay.
because they don't have 7th level spell slots.
Yeah,
Mm.
that makes sense.
So
Are our stones still in range?
No.
no, you've
No.
gone 500 feet.
No. Okay, fine. Because I was going to say we could have coordinated it to when we shot.
Yeah.
Okay, so
That wouldn't quite work, unfortunately.
Mm.
nope. No. Okay, so the two who were specifically waiting for this didn't make their intelligence checks.
Okay.
So this does mean at least a round of this is going to happen. Now I need your Arcana check because this is this is beyond like you can lift half of this, but it's a real question of how the weight goes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm going to use tides.
Do it.
Okay, that's a 25.
Okay.
Oh, well done.
Oh, the dice came through at last. It was a 19 on the dice.
That's going to shift all of the
It's
ballast,
so
isn't
pointy,
it?
touch it. It's beautiful.
So
Thank
your
you,
goal
Sarah. I adore
was
you.
so your goal was to lift this up by one end.
One
and
side.
twist it on one side.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so
One
we're
end.
Rather than doing end to end,
Capsizing
I
it.
want to try and lift it on the side so it tips
So it
over.
Tips over. Okay. With you hear the sounds of mages trying to cast, followed by a.
Also, on its side, it might actually get out of the water if it gets the whole height.
Oh, yeah.
It's not these. This ship is much larger than the 5th rates that you did.
Oh yeah, no,
You're
this
not
is the
able
monster.
to get the whole thing in one go. So, unlike those, it does not immediately sail with its full
No.
weight up to the sky.
That was so dumb.
However, you are able to with skillful precision to get the edge of it to tilt it just enough to the side that the ship begins to list. It's already listing it pretty violently in the gale force winds and the high tide.
I mean, if you can see it's got an angle, just
Yeah.
push it further.
And you do push that angle further. You see it begin to slip from beneath. This next round, let's see how much how much multiple mages.
I'm stressed.
I'm very stressed.
Well, that die's gone forever.
Bye.
We shall not see its like again. Would you like some more?
Yeah, there's
I
plenty
mean, like,
here.
it's there. It's just like under, like beyond, literally out
It's
of my
alright.
sight.
It's not needed.
I
I've
can
got-
see
There's
it.
so many dice. It's
Get it for
fine.
you.
It's fine.
There you go.
Oh, Jesus Christ! Not one of you managed to get like 4 dice. Not one of them was a 13. Okay, so
They were clearly overawed by the whole, it's night. What the
it's
like,
not.
how
Yeah,
long
also,
is the night
it's
functionally
pretty hard
for?
to make an intelligence check against a DC 17. Surprisingly.
Yeah, it's like I would struggle.
Yeah.
I have a +1.
Okay, so
I do a bit better, but I'm augmented.
Yeah.
so with a so the tilting begins to happen. It continues to happen. You hear the screeching and clanking and screams of guns starting to strain in their places. Some coming loose. Ballast shifting.
Chaos!
Yeah, chaos indeed. And okay, it's time for round 3 of this. See it because like, it's a heavy ship.
Is the far side in the water yet?
Surely by this point.
Because if they're taking on water through the gun
it's
ports-
gravity, so
Yeah.
it's just gonna go pretty fast once it's
yeah.
moving.
Well, the thing is, you've hit it because you've hit it
It's
on
got,
the side.
two
it
lots
has
of gravity.
2 opposing levels
Yeah.
of gravity. So, which is the main thing that's stopping it from just flying into the
Oh,
sky. But it is also
it's tearing it apart.
It
into
does
bit.
go more or less horizontal, like 90 degrees.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
So
At
one side is
point.
completely
Yeah.
out of commission then.
Yeah, I've basically been dealing with hit points for every round this goes on for.
It's just going to be on its. Like, how do you write a ship on its side?
That size now. They'd need to get the other 2 tugs basically to
Yeah.
pull it back up.
At which point they finally managed to break the gravity spell, and as gravity reasserts itself with a mighty.
Had it turned enough that it not turned enough that it didn't go just onto its side?
I'm
At that
going
point,
to
which
say
way would it
that
go?
because of the rising tumultuous sea, it is smashed in.
God, all the
in one
water would be
side
going
by
up.
Water.
Yeah.
Oh, I hadn't really thought about the water.
Oh yeah, like you've created
Yeah,
a
I
water
did.
spout.
Enough to say that the
It just filled the whole
the
cylinder.
ship
Yeah.
does the ship is after a fashion righted. However, the damage is obvious, not just in terms of the physical places where cannons have torn holes in the ship, where the ship is itself, because of the shifting of ballast, is now on the water at a strange angle, but also because of the hundreds of people desperately treading water or failing to, or just floating free in the sudden night, busy doing their best not to drown. So I kind of ruled that for every round this continued, you would deal 3 hit points of damage to it.
Okay.
So it's taken 9 hit points of damage.
I mean, that's
Jesus.
like a lot, actually.
Yeah.
That was
Like,
worth doing.
how much did this thing have? We don't know, do we?
We don't know.
Enough that it is. I mean, the integrity is well named.
Yeah.
In that it is still. It does manage to right itself. So I'm going to say that's what's happening with the whole thing. There's also There's also those 3 rounds. So the mages during those 3 rounds, their actions are accounted for. What do you do during those 3 rounds?
I mean-
what would you naturally do? Because we're going to do this round by round in a moment.
Swim down.
Yeah, you would try and just
I would just
swim
go down because there's no point being nearby.
All right, roll an initiative check because I want to see what happens in the first round before you can get down.
14.
Okay. Now I'm going to roll some spot checks.
Yeah.
It's a straight check because there's multiple of
You're
them
so
looking
third
for you.
edition today.
Sorry, yeah.
Spot checks.
Perception God, with advantage and with all that.
You disadvantage to see me, so
They have advantage from multiple
multiple
spotters.
yeah.
There's
so many.
two. Yeah, suffice to say, it becomes a flat roll.
Yeah.
Because multiple disadvantages don't stack if there's one
Yeah.
advantage.
Yeah.
For everyone's sanity, thank you, 5th edition designers.
Yeah.
for that roll.
Yeah, it's a good rule.
It is. It's annoying sometimes when you want double advantage, but it makes
But it
so
makes
much more
my
sense.
life so much easier.
Oh god, yes.
Okay. Some pot shots are taken into the water after you by the snipers, but they aren't able to get a look on you.
Phew.
There's a real limit to what they can do there. However, that does not mean the environment is without dangers.
No, of course not.
You swam down,
Yeah.
the ship went up, and a lot of things come
Oh, yeah.
out of the ship. So as you are kind of trying to stay close enough to
200
Still
feet
like
away.
200 feet away.
But there's a lot of things
but
flashing around.
with as the ship swings violently, unseen by you, it kind of swings on its side and also on a twist because of the spiral nature, like this column. From a distance, you see this all happening. It's like it does a bizarre 90-degree turn, laterally and then onto its side as it like 18 seconds passes.
Scamp's done it.
You see a full bore cannon fly out of the deck, smashing quite some distance, catapulted by.
Oh, it just goes up.
Up and along, and as long tied up with it, just a morass of netting and rigging that fly past it. So, Scamp, I need you to roll a dex save to avoid being caught in a net, dragged by a cannon, crashing into the sea, please.
Oh dear.
I'm
Well,
so glad you have Jeffrey with you.
Yeah.
But like, you have a chance of a healing potion if you're
It's a
fucked.
6.
You know.
Oh dear.
Okay.
You have a knife, don't you? You can get yourself out.
yeah,
Yeah,
plus
but I now
a whole
need you
bunch
to
of
make-
magic,
Jeffrey's
but,
got a
But I
knife.
now need you to make a strength save, please.
well, that's a 3.
Oh, honey.
So I'm going to spend the rest of this battle sat on the bottom of the sea.
Yep. At least you can breathe.
Yeah. Assuming I'm not crushed.
Like you're not getting the crush steps, are you?
Well, that's going
Or
to
crushed
be,
by cannon.
or crushed by cannon is the more immediate issue. Okay, so first of all, you are restrained by a flailing mass of cords and netting,
Alpha.
and secondly, you are pinned into. You are smacked. Not so much breath as water knocked out of you by a falling cannon. The good news is that the cannon did smack a lot of water on the way down, so it's much less of a hit than it would have been otherwise.
Oh.
You do still,
Oh, that's
You do
a good roll.
yeah, you do still take
no.
an uncomfortably respectable 24 points of
Okay,
bludgeoning damage.
thank you, Corzin, for the healing, and Celestia.
And more importantly, you are now being dragged
7.
down into the sea, tangled in netting. The good news is, hey, water breathing is fine.
Oh, yeah.
So Jeffrey has a knife.
Yeah, I mean, also I have teleportation.
Oh, you're really
There's also-
fast, you do. Yeah. That's true.
The voice I heard on the ship, was that Captain Unibrow, or whatever
You
his
do
name was? Yeah.
recognise that as the voice
Like,
of Captain Unibrow, aka Commodore Black Tusk.
Am I too far away to attempt a message?
What's
So I forget what the range is with the expanded.
I think it's 300 feet. I'll say you can probably. It's 300 feet.
Is the
what it
ship
says.
sanctioned?
Probably, but I just want to try it.
I mean, you can certainly try.
Yeah, 'cause I don't even know if he's on the ship still.
In the
There's a lot
moment
of people in the
before-
water now.
Yeah.
He might have been catapulted off. It's true.
Yeah.
No.
Because I did want to try and send him a message if I could.
I mean,
I mean, if he's
Why?
off the ship,
Try.
he's probably more likely to receive it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. If I've thrown him off the ship, he might actually pick it up. I'm going to just point in the direction it came from
Okay.
and attempt a message.
What do you say?
Please just go home. We don't want to hurt anyone. I'm fed up of this.
It's fucking psychopathic as far as he's concerned.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to roll a d20 for me, please.
11.
God. You don't know whether it's because he's still in his ship and it's sanctioned, or he does not deign to respond to that message because it's a message. In retrospect, in fact, I'm going to say that you hear a voice comment dryly. You know, I'm not sure if that just sounds like a taunt.
I'm going to send another one. Okay, you're an arsehole. I'm bored of killing people. It's awful. Like,
Sorry, no. The voice is definitely Fred.
okay, it's friend. Okay.
Friend.
I'm going to send it anyway. I'm going to send that message
Send a
anyway
message
because
anyway.
I'm annoyed that he's not responding.
No response.
Well, fuck you.
Still no response. You're not sure these messages are actually going to anyone.
Almost certainly not. But I'm still doing it.
Some
I'm
fish
right.
Yeah.
I'm going to try and get... I mean,
Confused fish.
Jeffrey's going to be trying to cut the net.
Jeffrey, fine. I'll say
Jeffrey's better at this than me. Jeffrey's going to get out my
that
bag.
Jeffrey gets the sliver of the wishblade on a stick.
And whatever
does-
the other magic sword
and the other
was.
magic sword, and manages to cut through. It takes a little bit of time, but I guess you're not going anywhere. And does manage to cut you free. And so the pair of you do sort of fly your way back. to the
Yeah,
Kraken's
I'll
den.
speed up and I will send a message on the way. Even though you won't hear it, I'm just going to keep spamming message going, coming back now. And just in case there's anyone in the sending room to grab it.
But surely there'd be somebody.
Probably someone.
I mean, like, if you're spending it to the sending room, then just about the point when Scamp just arrives, you get one of the.
They send a runner.
Yeah, then a
Yeah.
runner gets. A runner manages to get. In fact, it is. What's his face? It's Auden. Auden comes up and like, Scamp says that they're coming back. Oh,
Yep.
hi, Scamp.
Hi.
Goes
Thank
back
you
to the
anyway,
sending
darling.
room.
Thank fuck for
Well,
that.
you're alive.
Well done.
He Scamp somewhere has acquired rope burn.
The Commodore's on the boat.
Right.
I expected he would be.
For some reason, it didn't even occur to me, which is weird, innit? I should have thought of that.
No, he'd be the obvious commander for this.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, horribly.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kirsty, he probably could have been picked up by one of those giant eagles and flown there before arriving with the rest of the fleet.
Today, I've been hit by a cannonball and an actual cannon.
Well, fuck. Do you need more
I don't suppose
healing?
there's many people who can say that.
Do you need more healing? I have
Yeah.
some.
Let's see how we
How
get
bad
on.
do they look?
Pretty bad.
20%, 7%. Ish.
They look to have definitely taken a heck of a beating.
Slightly
from that
better,
spell.
though, than after the last battle.
I realised I miscalculated earlier when I said it was 21, because that was just what was on the dice. It should have been plus my spellcasting, which is +3, so it should have actually been 24.
Lovely. I'll add 4.
I'm going to add a level
That's
2
right.
cure wounds to that, because...
You know, I'm going to
sod
save
that.
mine.
So,
Yep.
Okay, that is... Oh, there's another 12 hit points.
42. That'll do me nicely.
Excellent.
It's a good
As
number.
far as I'm concerned, level 1 spells are for when people are nearly dead now.
They're for getting people back up
Oh,
rather
yeah.
than from stopping them going down.
Yep.
Yeah.
They're for like you're doing death
That's,
saves.
that's
what
how
those
I
spells
treat
are
healing
for.
potions.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, at a higher level, that is what healing potions
Yeah.
are for.
Yeah.
Regular ones, anyway.
Yeah.
That's what I've always used them for. Might be why I go down so much.
So, at this point then, bringing us back into the third round of the naval fight. You've already declared what the Kraken's Bane and the other fourth rates and fifth rates are doing.
Presumably, after all that, the integrity isn't moving currently.
The integrity does indeed I guess, fail to pursue you much further for a little bit because it's having to right itself. So its two escorts also stay close, but you are able to get your shots off against them.
Great.
What are the lightning and the witch's tit doing? They're still hanging back?
Okay, now we need to focus fire on the ones that have already been damaged.
Yeah, I think, let's say the lightning, if everybody's okay with this, obviously, can focus on... I can't remember the name, so
the
ship B.
Yep, that would be the beta.
And the witch's tit will focus on the demise.
Okay.
Because they're the ones that have already been hit, so let's try and
Gunter's also been hit.
Yeah, Gunter, Beta, and Demise have all
Gunter's taken 4 points of damage, Beta's taken 3, Demise has taken 4.
Oh, you know what? Let's change from
Let's try and
Beta to
sink the
Gunter.
Gunter.
Cool.
Yeah. So I'll do witch's tit on Gunter, lightning on Demise.
Okay, so let's resolve these now. So witch's tit, if you want to make your attacks, please.
Yeah.
So they are definitely close enough for full
it's
range
good.
of fire, and so are you.
It's really good. That is a 24.
Okay, that is a 24 with the witch's tit.
So that should do 3 hit points of damage.
Definitely does do 3 hit points of
Might be
damage
worth-
to the Gunter, is that?
Yeah.
Might be worth doing the same again
Okay.
if you can.
Yeah. How bad is the Gunter looking?
7 out.
Pretty much on the
Pretty
ropes,
fucked.
honestly.
If it is
I'm
9,
gonna
then
do
it's
another one.
done 7.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. That is... can't count 20.
Okay, which again with that +4, that is enough. As amidst as the ships come together to launch their own attacks, weaving around the promontory of Hickory Island, as the Aquila and the Beta fire on the take their fire against lightning and tit and lightning. The pair of them shoot past, taking advantage of their like serpent dark sight to launch 2 salvos against the HMS Gunter. Both broadsides strike true, shattering the port side of the ship completely, and you watch as it floods and begins to break apart. The HMS Gunter successfully removed from play.
1 for 1.
1 for 1 at this point. I will say the Gunter does still get its shots in before it is completely.
How do you want to do rounds this time? I have one more ship that can fire. Do you want to go around the table, or
let's keep going around the table. So these are the ones against the Filbert.
I mean, the trigger's gonna can go for the
integrity.
The integrity.
yeah.
Yeah.
So my brain just wants to say relentless because it was the relentless
Yeah.
for so long that it's determined. So yeah, I'll do a shot at that. Just like, why not? That is a 16.
Okay, 16 is that's AC -2. The trigger is a standard
Yeah, it
motion
doesn't do
turn, so a couple of shots hit but bounce off it.
I mean, first rate.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's as high as they go.
Makes sense.
Yeah, first rate. This one actually does have a bit of enchantment done to its hull and staff.
Of course it does.
Of course it does.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't it?
Definitely.
Yeah.
would.
Yeah.
It's not like they don't have the money because the only barrier with enchantments is they're expensive.
Yeah.
So if it's like a big fucking.
This is literally the local flagship.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
to put it in perspective, I think at their height, the Royal Navy had 12 first-rate ships in total.
Yeah, that's all the fifth rate's done.
Yeah.
I figured it was worth getting them out,
Yeah.
and then feel free to continue other people.
Bobs, I'm going to move over to you and the fourth rates. So that's all just focused on trigger on the integrity and its escort ships. at this
Yeah.
point.
Do we want to move anything over, or we want to continue trying to hammer the integrity?
It's quite bad at the moment. It's
Yeah.
tough to take
Yeah.
advantage of that.
It's true. Okay.
So,
Are we
no.
straight rolls at this point on
No,
integrity?
these are disadvantaged.
Yeah,
rolls
but
against
they
can't
integrity because you
Return fire.
so that they can't
is the
return.
trade-off.
Yeah, that is fair. Okay. Oh, okay, that will. Hopefully, that'll fucking hit. That's a 22.
That does
Nice.
hit. Plus, it's 4 above the AC, which, and these are all merchanters, so.
I think I need to do +5 from the AC to do an extra 2
Unfortunately,
damage.
So you do one hit point damage, still a hit point of
I mean, it's
damage.
either a 5 or an S. I'm going to guess it's a 5 because
Yes.
S
Yeah.
makes no sense unless you've just
S
written
hit
sack
points.
for some reason. Still 1 point of damage. Is that
Yeah.
right? Lovely.
You do sign amount of
I
damage.
can't read my writing anymore. That either says 3 or a 4. I'm going to say that it's a 3 and so
Okay.
I've done 14 damage. Okay, disadvantage for the Wilma. Please don't set fire again. The Wilma has not set fire to itself, but it has not hit. That is a 12.
Oh dear.
Well, I've just been busy dealing with these
Wilma's
poor
had a
deck
shit day,
fires.
yeah.
Ah!
Okay, I think that's all of them, which brings us to Kraken's Bane and the fort.
Okay. Actually, I'll do the fort first again.
Mhm.
Because
I
now...
think probably next round we want to move stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so the next most damaged ship
Demise.
was the Demise.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
Appropriately.
yeah. Okay, starting with that. That
Ooh,
is...
that is decent, is what that is.
Yeah, that's a 23.
Okay, you do 2 points of damage to the Demise.
Okay. I'm going to stick with it. Second attack is going to be on the Demise as well.
Do it.
Ooh.
Again, same, 23.
Okay, another 2 points. The Demise is starting to look seriously banged up.
These are 4th rates, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if they're the same as the ones we've got, then they've got they've got 12 hit points.
Might as well then. Last one, on the
Do it,
Demise
do it,
again.
do
Okay, that's 20.
Okay, that is +4, so +5. That is over +5 on this. So, okay, you do a final 2 more points of damage to it. It is not quite sunk, but it is.
Yeah,
But it
12
hangs
points.
on
Close.
by
Okay.
a thread. Kraken's Bane.
Okay. Kraken's Bane, this will be with disadvantage, and yeah, of course it's going to be against the integrity. Sink the fucker. Okay.
Oh, ouch.
Double 2.
Double twos, so yeah, for what that's
It
worth,
could have
it's
been worse.
tens.
Yeah.
Yeah, but at least you don't get a deck fire.
Okay.
We do not need a deck fire.
Okay.
Can we continue moving and circling?
Yes, but first let's see how things are faring with the return fire,
Yeah.
because that happens as well. So
Have we interrupted the integrity enough that it can't fire this round?
the integrity couldn't fire this round anyway because you were baiting it.
Oh, that's true.
Had you not been baiting it, yes, this would have interrupted it enough.
Yeah.
No,
Oh,
it
well.
couldn't fire this round. So let's start with the Aquila and
This is a problem.
the Beta, who are respectively firing on the Lightning and the Witch's Tit
Mm,
with a full barrage.
we might be in trouble there.
Oh yeah, so in trouble.
As they move.
There's no point in this battle where we're
real
not in trouble.
close.
But this might be it. This might be the battery falling.
So they're going to get.
see.
Well, they're not shooting at the battery this round.
Well,
they're shooting
these
at the
two
ship.
These are.
The other two are.
Oh,
fighting
right.
the battery
Yeah.
there.
If we're unlucky, it could be fun.
Out of curiosity, can I bend luck on a ship shooting?
That's a lot.
You need to
That's
be able
a
to
lot of
see it.
separate things.
Oh
as
yeah, also
well.
this is when you see a creature, but it's not
Okay,
a creature.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't read that.
Lots of things happening.
Yeah, it's many
It's
things.
like hundreds
Just
of people.
wanted to check
yeah.
that I could just
Okay.
remove a D4.
Against the
Lovely.
lightning, then. That's a 22.
Oh fuck!
Wow.
What's the hit points of the lightning?
9.
Sorry, what's the AC of the lightning? I should
Oh,
say.
the AC is 14.
Okay.
X.
So that becomes +6.
Oh.
Right. So
I'm just gonna sink it in one go.
a little bit. Yeah, that's
Oh,
9 hit
wow,
points
is it
of
fucked?
damage.
Yeah, it's gone. Bye.
The Aquila launches a full broadside against the
What the
lightning,
fuck are the fucking Scarlet Winds?
No.
causing
really need 4 more ships.
sorry, do you hear? You watch as the it rips into it, tearing it apart in the center. Crew diving for safety as the ship begins, not really sinking, but again breaking apart on the surface of flame.
I forgot I can roll twice on the Magic Surge table these days.
The
Sorry, just
Oh.
distracted.
next time.
the Beatrix, it's not the
Arsenal's
Beatrix. The beta is going to turn on the witch's tit. That is a 14, which is the witch's tit's damage. So the witch's tit takes 4 hit points.
Ooh.
Wow. That is wild.
As about a third of the
Shattered glass everywhere.
just shattered glass knives. The good news is,
Snow.
if the witch's tit is able to get 24 hours on its own, it will repair itself
Yeah.
as long as it isn't completely destroyed. It'll take longer. If
We
it's
did put a
destroyed.
flotation device on the puzzle box.
We did.
That
We
did
did.
happen.
Yeah.
You did.
Also, I have locate object.
Yeah.
We'll find it eventually.
Yeah.
So the good news is that the beta does not utterly smash the witch's tit in one go. Then it's time for... let's see if the Gunter was able to do any damage before it went down. The Gunter impressively managed to equal the AC of... Actually, no, it didn't. It was a 19. So
Okay.
-1. Is that enough for the Gunter to have actually hit? Yes, the Gunter did 1 point of damage
Okay.
to the coastal fort before it sank beneath the waves. Speaking of which, the lightning is gone.
Oh, yeah, it is
I'm going
taken
to
off
take
the
that off the map.
Goodbye. Oh, we really need some more ships over
We're gonna
there.
have to,
now.
We're in trouble.
See if Scorch made it out or if he went down with the ship.
Oh, shit, yeah.
The okay, that brings us to the Chancer and the Demise. The Chancer is going to turn its guns on on the battery. That was an actual 20.
Oh,
shit.
fuck.
Shit.
We're fucked.
So full damage +1. With well, actually no. I'll run this straight. So it's whatever it could have done +1. So that's 26 is the most it could have done. So it's okay. 9 damage.
9
That
damage.
would be.
Okay, it's
Okay.
not dead yet.
So 9 damage to the
Can't take another round.
Okay.
to the
No,
fortress. Yeah,
Okay, so that's...
as it manages to.
We need to get rid of those
It
ships.
probably would have. You realise it potentially could have destroyed it entirely, were it not for the fact that the entire fortress appears to be adjusted about 50 feet to the left. However, the Demise
Yeah, there's 6 left.
We're fucked.
Yeah, we're-
bursts into flames as a catastrophic misfire causes a deck fire on it.
Oh, really?
Natural 1. It deals a point of damage to itself.
Right.
Right. We need to take all the ships over there now
Yeah.
and do all the damage.
As you reel from the loss of the lightning, from the catastrophic damage being done to the fortress, and as the focus will in a few moments when we in the next stage return to the land battle, you do perceive just at the edge of the battlefield
Fuck, it's time.
the cavalry come
By the
sail
cavalry, we mean
into
the Scarlet
place.
Winds.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
as
if it was actual cavalry coming from that side of the map, they'd be swimming, and that would be a
Swim
problem.
horses.
Poseidon
Seahorses.
sends his aid.
Ah. I mean, if we're really fucked, we might ask Poseidon for aid. Use
Yeah.
that as an option.
That is an
Yeah.
option.
We have to be really fucked though, because we really need that
As
for the Kraken.
Yeah.
As indeed, it's actually impossible to tell colour in this eternal darkness. But 4 scarlet-sailed ships do just about crest onto the edge of the map, and it is on this particularly epic moment that half the battery in ruins, flames aboard multiple ships, two of your own ships sunk to one of the enemies, and help just on the horizon. The Integrity battered and beaten by gravity-based assaults. Very weak. I think we need to pick up next time.
Yeah, it feels like a good point for that.
As much as I want to just carry on immediately, but we
I
do.
want to play all night.
Yeah.
but, like,
Yeah.
We'll have a 6-hour episode
Yeah.
if we're not careful.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we're at 4.5. I'm just tired.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
fair.
Oh, this is...
That is where we were going to pick up next time. Thank you all very much for listening. Thank you all very much for playing.
Happy birthday, Rob.
I love you all. I've missed you
We're
so
touching each other.
fucking...
We're holding hands.
Yeah, good as at that instead of touching each other. We're touching each other. Touching.
It's porn
Fair.
happening. Porn, I tell you.
Fair seas and natural 20s.
I like to eat sweets, cakes and buns, though not sure I could eat the sun. In this shit fight it's sure to help, and also start a cult, oh well.
So gather your muskets, gather your spears, we'll plunder the shores of Calcinea. No kraken, storm or spell we fear, so come and sail with us, my dear.